Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining the Sports Careers Fair today. We have a lineup of a lot of different employers today. The first employer will be Steve from the gym, who's going to share his screen and start presenting. Thank you for joining us, Steve. I'll make you presenter now. Just give me a moment. Yeah, you're presenter now. Your microphone's switched off. Yeah, can hear you.
Sorry, trying to do too many things at once, as always.
No problem.
You'd think in a pandemic we'd have got used to this as well, wouldn't you?
I know, I've had a lot of technical issues this morning, as you already know.
Always good. Have you also brought Rob in? We've got Rob from Perry Bar with us.
Yeah, you're presenter though, because it's your screen, isn't it?
Ah, wicked. Okay, cool. All right, well, I'll get Rob to unmute so he can share then. That helps. He can share the load. Perfect. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. We really just want to give you a bit of a flavour of kind of what we are and who we are at the gym group. So we've got a bit of a presentation together. Hopefully you can see this. It's only about 2.5 minutes, and then we'll get into some bit more detail about kind of what we do and maybe how you guys can get involved, whether it's now or whether it's in a future career, and what that kind of looks like. So this is a quick video that's been put together by our recruitment team. Just gives us a bit of an overview of kind of our journey. So this is Rob, who's also on the call with me. Been in sports for a while, and then he's kind of, from 2005 got into health and fitness. That was me in my very attractive PPE. This is our recruitment video. So you might have music, to be fair.
The music won't play through your screen.
Oh, okay, cool. No worries. So, this just introduces you to a couple of our team members across the UK. Gives you a bit of a feel for kind of who we employ, what we look for, I guess, and obviously what they get out of the role. So there's a few different people on here. So we've got Ashley, who's actually a para athlete, who's one of our personal trainers down in London. Jeff, who's our IT development manager. And this is Daisy, who's one of the PTs out of our Southfields gym. So as you can see, very gym floor, very hands-on with kind of members of the public. I guess one of the big things we've really pushed lately is the fact that we look for people that are going to bring their personality. This is one of our regional managers. So just gives you a bit of an overview of kind of what they look like and what they kind of do. I know the audio's not working. So Mark's been with us for 8 years. Currently covers kind of the south of England and into southeast London. He started off as a PT, moved his way into an assistant manager, became a general manager, then became like a regional training manager. And now he's a regional manager for the company, so looks after 14 gyms. I think his EBITDA, his profitability, he's currently bringing about £9 million a year just in his region. So, from a personal trainer into that general manager in that regional manager role is fantastic for him. So you can see that kind of career progression that the company have brought in. And it's really what we look for is we want people that want to be passionate. We want people that want to grow, want to develop. We deliver a lot of training, and me and Rob will talk about that in a minute. But it's great to have Mark on the video just to give you a bit of an overview of his journey. And, as I say, he started as a PT with us. So it's been great to see his progression. In terms of what we look for, it's a bit of a job description, but it's very brief. If you are interested, we can kind of send that out a bit later. If you've got any kind of questions around what that role looks like and kind of what we do and what we talk about. I guess from my point of view, I currently run the gym group Birmingham City Centre and the gym group Digworth. So I look after 2 sites at the moment. Run a team of PTs. So I've got 10 personal trainers sat at my site in City and 8 down in Digworth. I know lots of people, and I guess with you guys and your family, and you're talking about kind of what my career looks like, what I want to go and do. People don't necessarily understand kind of the role of a fitness trainer or a personal trainer. I've got teams, and I've got 2 or 3 at City that are earning, well into the £45,000, £50,000 a year mark. So there is money to be made. There's other trainers that are obviously making less than that. So don't let anybody kind of kid you that every person that goes into being a PT is going to get money thrown at them. But I think the side of the job that we all enjoy and the side of the job that we enjoy as a team is actually that members, interacting with members of the public and helping people on their fitness journey. And, with you going into your academic career and doing your studies, it's around what are you finding most enjoyable, and what do you love about your study? What do you love about your course? And a lot of the time when we talk to trainers and when we talk to students that are coming into the gym, and some of you may well be members, and I may well have seen some of you on the gym floor. When we talk to you about your studies and stuff, it's that interaction you really enjoy, and it's that kind of training people and that coaching that a lot of people have got into sports from. It's about that delivering making a difference to people's lives. And I can't think of that many jobs that are out there that I wasn't particularly clever at school, I'll be really honest. So I was never going to be a doctor, I was never going to be a nurse, but there's probably not that many jobs with someone that is probably not as clever as me, can make a real difference to people's lives. I've been in the business now 16 years across numerous operators, and it's that ability and that that daily job function to be able to make a difference to someone's life, honestly, for me, is probably what gets me out of bed every day. So I've had members that have come in who have wanted to lose weight because they're trying to get pregnant, they want to start a family, and helping them on their journey, and then getting to know them, getting to know their challenges, helping them through those challenges, and then a year's time or 9 months' time suddenly being told they're pregnant and they're about to start their first family. You can imagine that the actual sense of achievement, I guess, or buzz that you get out of doing that. We have members that come in that are currently running a 10K and they want to do their first half marathon, and you spend some time with them, you give them some tips, you help them with their training, and next thing you know, they book their half marathon and they're going to run it, and they come in and they're buzzing and they've really enjoyed it. It's that ability to make a difference to people's lives, for me, is the fundamental reason that I do the job I do and why I love it so much. So I think when you're looking at your career and when you're in your studies, it's about finding what makes you passionate and what you enjoy. So, and I don't know what all your courses are on, and we've got a public chat. So if you can drop in there what course you're on, what you're kind of currently studying, it gives us a bit of an idea of what you might be looking for. But working for the gym and the roles that we have in Birmingham, it isn't particularly data driven. It's not particularly you're not going to spend all your time looking at spreadsheets. And if that's the stuff you enjoy, then, maybe a career with us isn't the right one. But if you like the training element, if you're doing your S&C, qualification, and you love being in a gym and you love that kind of progression of helping members, then, it's fundamentally the right job. It's fundamentally the right place to work. I guess one of the things I would all urge you to do, and again, it would be interesting to chat if you just put where you are. Are you, first year, second year, you're about to graduate, what that looks like. What I would say is, with your tutors, with your friends, with your colleagues, is really start to understand a sales and marketing approach. And that's fundamentally the one thing that me and Rob can fill you in, but we really work with our trainers on a sales and marketing background. So those of you that use the gym, you might use the gym, you might use the university gym, you might use, can I say competitors? That'd be fine. You might use JD, you might use Pure, you might use, any of the gyms in Birmingham. The biggest challenge we have with our training team is you can put a shirt on that says you're a personal trainer, and you won't get numerous people coming up to you. You won't get people that are going to walk up to you and offer to pay you, £400 or £500 a month to help train them. What you will get is people that ask you for help. And it's your understanding of how you turn that into a conversation about their fitness, about their goals, about what they want to achieve, about how you can help them, about, making sure you learn their names. So next time you see them, you can greet them by name. You can ask how their training's going. That fundamentally is the biggest factor in your success as a personal trainer in our business. It's about your ability to understand what they're looking for, build a personal relationship, build some rapport, and then go away and build those relationships on that gym floor on a daily basis. As part of the gym group, we've really identified that that's probably the biggest challenge for a lot of personal trainers. You guys on the call are all doing your courses. You're going to walk out with a degree. You're going to walk out with qualification. I'm really sure that you could teach me how to squat properly. You could teach me how to deadlift properly. You could watch my bench press. You could get me to run a bit faster. Really, really confident in that part of it. What we do at the gym group is, we get trainers and we take them on board, and then we spend the next, 8 to 16 weeks really putting you through an e-learning, a bit of online, a bit of practical, a bit of gym floor work about building your business. So about how do you go from that person that is amazing at getting someone to squat heavier, or amazing at getting someone to improve their shoulder mobility, or amazing at getting someone to, run a 10K in 43 minutes, to how do we turn you into a trainer that can sell, can market yourself, can build a business. And that for us is, is probably the job we spend more time doing than anything else. So I would urge you now, while you're at the university, while you've got all those tutors, while you've got people around you, is look at that part of your business. Look at that part of your business plan of, okay, how am I going to build followers? What does my social media look like if that's the route you want to go down? And there's no right or wrong answer. I guess to put it into perspective, and I'm aware I'm waffling, so if you have got any questions I don't know which way I might go. I'll go that way. Please put it in the chat. Rob's on as well, so we can answer your questions. But, for us, or for me, especially at City, we have over 1,000 people a day walk through our front door, and they all come in with a reason. They all come in to train, and they all come in to use the gym, and they all come in there for a myriad of different reasons of losing weight, getting fitter, being stronger, feeling more confident, whatever it might be. So you have 1,000 people every day come through where you work that have all got an emotional reason to be there, that are already in where you work. So it's relatively, for me, that's how you would build a business. You would just go and talk to your members. You'd go and talk to every single person that walks in, have a conversation, find out what they're looking for, and build a business. Social media can massively help. Don't get me wrong. There are trainers and there are PTs at my club, and there are PTs at Rob clubs who build a strong business through their Instagram posts, their Facebook posts, their TikTok, all that kind of stuff definitely works. But you're in quite a big arena, and there's quite a lot of noise in that marketplace. When we're talking about you coming to and working for us as a trainer at one of our sites in Birmingham, and there's 12, we're talking 800 to 1,200 people a day coming through your door that are effectively coming into your shop. So this, from a sales and marketing point of view, fundamentally being in the gym and having a conversation with someone is going to be 100 times stronger and probably 1,000 times more productive than spending 4 or 5 hours getting an Instagram video edited and posted and then smashed online and waiting for the interaction and hoping it reaches someone and catch them at the right time. The flip side of that is you've got people in the gym in front of you on equipment that you could go up to and instantly make a difference. So I would urge you, and again, I don't know what all your courses are. I don't know what you're doing from a practical point of view, but maybe practice that, next time you're in the gym that you train at, or the gym that you're doing your studies in, how are you going to approach someone that you could help? So, and Rob will back me up on this. There are so many trainers that come and do it in a "you're doing that wrong," which instantly gets everybody's back up. They instantly start to, what do you mean I'm doing it wrong? I've trained for 10 years, whereas actually, if you go to someone and say, "Do you know what? I love the fact you're squatting so heavy. If I showed you something that could make it 10% more effective, do you fancy having a chat?" You've complimented them. So they're instantly bought into you as a person because you've given them a compliment. You've shown what you can do. You've given them a reason to have a conversation with you because you're saying, for the same amount of effort, I can make it 10% more effective. Who doesn't want something for free? And then you have the ability to then show them what an expert does. So, you've got your qualification. You know what you're talking about. You're showing that member, that person on the gym floor, that you are an expert in this field and you can fundamentally change how they train. And that for me is the most powerful tool in anything that we do from a club level, from a social media level. So that would be something I'd really urge you to do while you're still studying, while you're still kind of got the opportunity in the university gym, to just practice that. How are you going to approach that person that's currently, maybe lifting heavier than you, is maybe running faster than you, but you can see a way of making it work for them. you can see a way of making their training better. The gyms, and loads of you that go to the gym, you'll see the people that just do cardio, and you know, as trainers, you'll know that resistance training is probably going to get them quicker results, but they're just scared. They're just nervous about getting on it. So going over and being able to say to them, love the fact you're smashing out a 30-minute walk. What are you going to do at the end of this? You know what? If we did some resistance training, you'd probably get the same benefit in half the time. Still get you walking every day, but maybe we'd get a bit quicker results with your resistance training. Should we have a quick look at that? No pressure, but you're complimenting them. You feel great about what they're doing. You're just giving them a reason to have a conversation with an expert. So, for me, that's probably part of what me and Rob do on a daily basis with our team, is look for that opportunity from a marketing perspective. From a career perspective, so, unfortunately the sound hasn't worked, but, Mark Blundell is on there. He started as a personal trainer in Southampton with the gym group, built a business. He came from a kickboxing background. He started working with us and started to build a really strong business, but he wanted to be more. He wanted to, progress into a management role, could see an opportunity. We progressed Mark into an assistant manager role. So all of our clubs have a general manager, so me or Rob. We have an assistant manager. So for us, it's Richard or Julian at our clubs. But, he did that role. Then he progressed into being a general manager. So you then run your own site. So you're running a team of people, you're coaching, you're helping, you're doing sales and marketing, you're doing, profit and loss accounts, you're doing a myriad of stuff that on a daily basis just feels a bit chaotic sometimes. In a COVID world, and you've seen a very brief picture of me in my gorgeous red apron with my mask on and my gloves on, we're doing quite a lot of cleaning, just to be truthful. But, Mark did the GM role down in Southampton. Then he progressed to a trainee regional manager. So started to look after multiple sites, started to get dropped in into different clubs to help out, and started to move forward in that way. And now Mark is a regional manager of the company. So looking after 14 sites, as I said, across kind of the South Coast and, South London. And that is a really usual progression. A lot of our trainers will move, if they want to, into a management position. But again, if that's not what you want your career to be, then there's no pressure to do that. I've got trainers at City that have been a personal trainer for 5 years. They have no interest in being a general manager. They have no interest in being an assistant manager. But what they want to be is the best personal trainer they can be. So, they're delivering sessions. They're running, 24, 25, clients a week. They're earning £4,000 to £5,000 a month. They don't want to go any further. That's their kind of dream job, and they're really happy with what they do. They manage their own diaries. They run their own time. What isn't to love about that kind of approach? But you might go, well, actually, I want a bit more responsibility. I want to move. I want to progress. I'm not sure that I want to work just for myself. And there's always opportunities to push that forward. So I definitely urge you to look at a career in a gym business. The gym, the company that me and Rob both work for, we're really strong in Birmingham. So if you're going to stay in Birmingham after your studies, and if you are from Birmingham, you can tell I'm not from Birmingham because I can't say it properly. I really struggle with how you say Birmingham, so apologies if anyone is from Birmingham. But we've got 179 gyms across the UK. We're looking to open 40 more this year. So there'll probably be the gym group near you. It could be a really good opportunity to get into your local area if you're not staying local to us, and progress that career and start that career. If students are interested, there's a couple of ways of doing it. Rob, who's hopefully listening and not gone to sleep because he's basically got me to do this presentation. It's great. If you can throw up your email address, that'd be awesome. Email us for any more details. We work on our gym floor. We're not desk managers. I've got a spin class tonight at 7:15. I've got a fit pump class at 7:15 tomorrow morning. We're on the gym floor all the time. If students are really interested and you want to come and see the gym and have a bit of a chat, then come down and see us. I work in the City Centre gym, so I'm at City Centre. I'm opposite Primark. So, and if students don't know where Primark is, then I'll be really surprised. But pop in and say hello. Come and meet the team. Come and have a look at the gym. We'll show you around. We can have a chat about what it looks like. Depending on where you're living and where I don't know if you guys are all in halls. You might be in private accommodation, but from a company point of view, we've got Birmingham City Centre, we've got Digbeth, Perry Bar, Stourbridge, Stetchford, Kings Heath, Hagley Road, Perry Bar, I might have said that already, Sutton Coldfield, Kidderminster, which kind of makes up our region. So we've got a lot of clubs in Birmingham. So you might be close to one of them. You might want to go and have a look. We recruit pretty regularly. And, you know, and I know some people go, oh, they're recruiting all the time. Does that mean it's not a very stable career? From an honesty point of view, the reason we recruit quite a lot of city centre is because most of my team end up going, right, I've been really successful. I'm going to move on to a self-employed model. So they move off our employed model onto a self-employed model. And, you know, that happens quite a lot, or they'll move clubs, or they'll go and set up their online business. And the pandemic, from an honesty point of view, 3 or 4 of my trainers, you know, obviously we weren't open, moved all of their clients online, moved their clients to local park, and they've not come back. You know, they've gone, do you know what? It's worked really well for me to be outside, you know, to be training people in the park, and that's worked for me. And do you know what? Brilliant. Like, really good. Their business is successful. They're really stable, and that's been really good. So if you're interested, you want some more details, you've got our email addresses. Thank you, Rob. Drop us an email. We can send you the job description. We can send you the video, and it might work. It might not. I don't. It's been a bit weird with sharing this morning, but, you know, we can send you the video. You can have a look. You can visit the Gym Group careers page. The video is up on there. It gives you a list of some of the vacancies, but from an open and honest place, talk to us, because we don't always get the adverts up that quickly. So, you know, come and have a conversation, get yourself on the waiting list, come and see what the gym looks like, come and have a chat to the trainers. You know, if you want to come in and go, do you know what, I've just heard this general manager waffle on for 28 minutes. So apologies for that as well. But can I have a conversation with one of the trainers? Come and do that. Come down to my club and have a chat to my team. Like, you know, they'll fill you in on, you know, is it the right job? Is it the right career for you? I'm really happy for you to come and talk to the team rather than us, and get a real life perspective. You know, are they making money? Are they happy? Do they feel like it's a valuable career? Is it what they wanted to do when they left college, when they left uni? You know, come down and do that. I'm really happy for you to come and do that if that's what you want to do. Cool. I guess kind of last, I don't know, I make it maybe 7 minutes. Has anyone got any questions for me, for Rob? You know, is there anything else we can maybe answer?
Thank you, Steve. That was a great presentation.
I waffled, sorry.
You didn't waffle. You went into a lot of detail. It was really good.
Cool.
For those students that are interested to obviously go down to the gym, can they just send you an email and then you can book a slot for them to visit and whatnot?
Yeah, honestly, or if they're really interested, they can walk down to the gym, and there's in all of our gyms, we've got a little buzzer next to the door, which sounds really strange, but press the buzzer, it sets off our phones, we'll come and get them in. So if it's easier to do that, honestly, just pop down. Like, come down, say hello. Our team were generally quite friendly. I've really set ourselves up for a foul now, haven't I? But
I've been in that gym before, yeah, they are.
Yeah, the team are great. So, you know, come down, press the buzzer, and we can genuinely start to have that conversation.
Okay,
cool. We've got a question. Do you provide support with students starting off as self-employed? Yes. So the way our business model works, if you come on board as a personal trainer or fitness trainer, you do 12 hours a week for us, and we pay you for those 12 hours. And then you pay rent to then be a trainer in the gym. What we do is we give you the first month rent free. So you have a month to start to build your business. And during that month, we are literally every shift, we're meeting with you. We're setting you goals. We're talking to you about, right, how many people do you need to talk to today? Okay, go and talk to 10 people, come back with their name, what their fitness goal is, and have you booked a consultation. And we will challenge students to do that, because the more you get out on that gym floor and the more you talk to our members, the more successful you will be in your business. You know, anybody that comes in and asks about personal training, from a manager point of view, and Rob is probably the same, we will push them towards our newer team first, because we want those guys to be successful. We want to get your business stable. There's a lot of e-learning that we provide. So there's a lot of stuff where we can sit you down in your office, put the videos on, you know, give you that training, go through the workbook. So we do quite a lot to get students off and running. And as I said, it's sales and marketing is fundamentally the one bit you need to deliver. Like, so, you know, that's the bit we need to help you with. So yeah, there is that support package there. There's a load of training. There's a rent-free period that we put you through to make sure that, you know, you're earning money for your first few months, so you're successful as you move forward into a self-employed role. One of the students has popped up, interested but not in Birmingham at the moment. If he lets me know where he is, I will find out your local general manager, and I'll get him to get in touch with you. So drop me an email, and I'll find out who your general manager is, what your local gyms are, and I'll get him to contact you, okay? Cool.
I've got a question. When you started out in the sports industry, did you have any doubts as to whether you could make it to the top?
Yeah, massively. Like I started out. I had a very weird career in some fitness industry. So I started out as a bar manager. So I was. This sounds really bad, actually, to be fair. But I used to serve. My biggest job as a bar manager was making sure that the chicken nuggets and the turkey dinosaurs were ready at the end of all the kids' swimming lessons, because that's basically what we did. Yeah, it was really bad. But that was quite a long time ago because I'm quite old. But then I moved into being like a manager and starting to work on the gym floor, and it massive imposter syndrome. You know, the biggest challenge I had was I can run pretty well, but I'm not very fast. I don't particularly lift, and Rob's massive, and he hasn't turned his camera on, but you know, Rob's in really good shape. So, you know, for me, I was then approaching people saying, look, you know, you're squatting really well, but I reckon I can help you. And they would look at me and be like, do you even lift? Like, you know, like that imposter syndrome for me was massive. My biggest thing for me was understanding that a coach isn't about I can lift more than you, and it isn't about I can run faster than you. It's about I understand you, I understand biomechanics, I understand training platforms, I understand how to periodize stuff. I can make you better, and you're still going to be better than me, but I can make you the best version of you. And the moment that clicked in my head, the world opened up for me. But my first few months were people like, you know, mate, do you lift, or can you spot me? And I'm like, I can spot you, but if you drop this is going to be a problem. And then suddenly understanding what the training looked like and what I could deliver. And I think it was that the light bulb moment for me was I had a lady come in Nuffield in Bromley, and I sat down with her and was doing a sales consultation, and she started crying. And I was like, and any of the guys on the course or on the call, seriously, when a lady cries, it's really difficult. We're really bad at handling like people crying. And I was like, what's wrong? She said, my kid called me fat. And I'm like, right, okay, cool. Right, we'll just calm it down. What do you want to do? This is what I want to do. Okay, great. Look, we can help you get there, but I need you to meet me, and I'll meet you every day, and we'll get it sorted. You know, and 3 months down the line, she came in and she was like, oh my God, my little boy turned around to me this morning and said, Mummy, you look amazing. Thank you so much. To hear that as part of my job, I honestly don't care what anyone says to me. That's what we now do on a daily basis. We help people live that life that they want to do. And if you want to get involved in that kind of industry, 100%, you might need to fight your imposter syndrome. You might need to fight the doubts that you're not strong enough, you're not faster than them, but you will make a difference to so many people's lives. And that for me was probably the turning point. But yeah, I 100% doubted that I would be successful, that I was in the right industry, that I'd made a mistake, that I should go into selling mobile phones, you know, like going to work in a shop, like absolutely. But you get those moments in your career that make your career different. And that was one of them for me.
Great. I think
cool.
Rob is answering the questions in the chat box.
Yeah, question from Adam. What qualifications do you need? You basically need a level 3 personal training qualification. So get that, and then we can start to have a conversation about what that looks like. There's a load of training providers out there. I don't know what the university have got access to, but you know, if that's something that you need or you want to get, then definitely open that up. In terms of strength and conditioning and your nutrition course, so it's really interesting. There's quite a few of these out there where you can map your course to a level 3 qualification, and it's through an organization called REPS, so Register of Exercise Professionals, and they can sometimes map your strength and conditioning nutrition course to a level 3. And then once they've mapped it, you then have a level 3 qualification. So something to look at, Morgan. Any other questions, or if that's not working for you, drop me an email and I'll give you a couple of ideas of what courses we can do. And we've got some links with local providers in Birmingham or across the country. So that works. Christina, do you provide all the knowledge we need? Ooh. See, we're getting questions. I love it. To be a PT during this training. Yeah, 100%. So as Rob said, we've got some partnerships with training providers if you haven't got a level 3. If you've got your level 3, then for us, it's all about, we have to give you the skills to work our gym floor. So we do a customer service training module. We do a how to build a business module. We do how to run a consultation. We do how to convert into a business. So, so Yasmin, I could go to you, you want to get fit, we're going to do this. But until I convert you to a client and you're giving me money, that's all well and good, but I need you to pay me. So we do a bit of training around how we convert that. Me and Rob have just spent the last 3 weeks training our team in how to deliver an amazing class. So we do a load of class training. You know, how do you run a group class? How do you run group training? We do all the training around that for you. We also do quite a lot of training on how to keep people safe, how do you use a defib, how do you not kill someone, all that kind of really cool stuff. But yeah, we do all of that training, and it's ongoing as well. You know, we have a commitment that we invest in our team every 12 months, so we have that part of it for you as well. Cool. So Sarah, do something. Yeah, again, so sports therapy or sports massage is quite tricky. So from a gym group perspective, we don't do a lot of it. The trainers that we do have, and I think Rob's got one and I've got one, they've got a level 3 PT and a sports massage or sports therapy. They then obviously can run their business because they have a level 3. So they do some sports massage as part of their PT, as part of their training, but they have to have the level 3. And that's because they work on our gym floor. So we have to be comfortable that on our gym floor, they can deliver a corrective exercise, or they can look after a person, they can run a class. So again, if you've got sports massage or sports therapy, please look at reps and see whether you can get it mapped across. And if not, then, you know, drop me or Rob an email or pop into the club and have a chat to us, and we'll give you an idea of some local providers and what that looks like. Cool.
Okay, thank you, Steve. That was great. Both of your emails are in the chat box. I've told students that they can email either of you, both of you, if they need any assistance. This has been recorded, so for those students that unfortunately couldn't come and the lecturers, they'll be able to play it back later.
Perfect.
So thank you for your time.
Thank you for the opportunity. Really appreciate it. And as I say, any questions, come down to the gym or drop us an email. We'll be really happy to help.
Anytime, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So thank you to Rob and Steve from the gym, who done a brilliant presentation. And the emails, guys, are in the public chat. So for those of you, I'm Sabbath. I work alongside Yasmin within Hired. So both of us are co-hosting today for the sports fair. So I hope you're enjoying it so far. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our next two employers who have joined us by ASM Employment. Is it Dominique? Am I correct? Dominique and Tom, who are both here. So they just need to change from headphones to mic. And without further ado, I think, Yasmin, have you made them presenter?
Yeah, I've made them presenter.
So ASM Employment, you are now presenter. So you can start presenting, and we just leave you to it. Thank you.
Hi guys, just checking all that audio is working okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Perfect. All right, so Tom, do you want to lead us off?
Yep, so the webcam's just coming. I think it should be okay.
Are you putting your cameras on or leaving them off?
Yeah, it's just coming up now. Can you see us now? Perfect.
Yes.
Thanks for the introduction. So as you see, we are called ASM Employment. We should be able to control the screen now. Yeah, we can. Perfect. So this will be a short presentation, going to some questions afterwards, and hopefully you get to know a bit more about us and what we do, how we do it, and what we focus on. So in summary, we are a graduate recruitment service that specialises in sport. And you'll see later the specific niche that we do specialise in the business and commercial sides. We are a division of a sports management agency. So it's really think there's a big positive about being within the sports industry ourselves. And because it's a big positive about networking, knowing the right jobs to find and how to help you find that job in the sports industry. We are a bespoke and personal service. And throughout the presentation, you get to see more about how we do it, how we do our process and how we find the jobs and everything like that. So I'll move on to the next slide.
So a little bit more about ourselves. I was a sports management graduate from Bournemouth, and Tom was an economics graduate from Southampton. So whilst we both followed different educational paths, we, like many of you, probably share the same passion, and that's for sport. And not just necessarily as kind of an everyday fan who likes to watch their favourite team, but that kind of burning desire to work with and be around sport whenever possible. As kind of former graduates, we obviously know the difficulties in thinking about life after university, let alone kind of finding that dream job. Not everyone knows what they want to do or what specific industry they want to work in. And when we started, we both had those issues, and the difficulties in finding those jobs within sport was how ASM Employment was really born. Trying to make a better service that was available for graduates who wanted to work in sport but weren't sure what they wanted to do.
So further on the reason why ASME was started with the sports industry itself, we believe that there's a clear pathway in the performance side of sports. So you've got your coaching, your physiotherapy, and many other roles which are all over job sites, quite easy to find. But when we started, we were interested in the marketing, the sales, the sponsorship, the licensing, and then many other roles within the commercial side of sport. The commercial side of sport is huge. It's a massive, massive business. But we feel like there's a black spot in terms of getting entry-level jobs and graduates into the commercial side of sport. So we think that that's why the niche that we found, and that's what we can really help with. Again, linking back to, we work in the industry ourselves, having that way in, understanding the industry about how the commercial side of sport works. So those are the two main reasons why we started ASME in the first place.
So in terms of what makes us a little bit different, we're more of a unique and personalised recruitment service. So some of you might have had experiences with recruiters before, some may be bad, some may be good. And this, of course, is not to say that all recruiters are bad. That's definitely not the case. My own personal experiences with recruiters wasn't that great. I was often kind of sent to interviews for jobs that didn't really fit my outlook or interests, and sometimes kind of missold what the job entailed. For example, a sales role that wanted sporty people just because they were competitive, driven, that kind of thing. What we do is try to go beyond what's just necessarily on your CV. So when we speak with a candidate, we get to know you, your background, your past, your present, and hopefully what is soon to be your future, and provide you as much help as possible along the way. Because we work within the industry, we're continually developing our own networks and creating new links, which in turn grows a wider network of opportunities that we can offer to you.
So if we had to sum up ASM Employment in one sentence, it would be this. We really believe that it's worth spending that extra time and extra effort in finding the correct job for you. And that, again, is why we do it, a very personal service. We get to know you, get to know your specific interests and strengths and things to work on, so that we can eventually get the really positive outcome of finding the really correct job. Because we want to make sure that the extra time, you don't just take that first job that comes your way. We find the right job that has the big kickstart into the career, into the sports industry, and then create a massive, massive future in a really exciting industry.
So in terms of the specifics of what we do, the help that we provide, as previously mentioned, it's not necessarily one thing or a fixed set of things. We can help with a variety of different areas, from CV development to cover letter reviews, as well as tips on online courses or accreditations that you can do to help bolster your knowledge and industry learnings, suggesting websites and news outlets to stay updated on, which might help your personal knowledge. All of these small steps, along with finding and recommending roles, can hopefully help you take that big step, which will be securing your first role within the sports industry.
So these next two slides are to explain the process a bit further. We think the process is a very simple and personal one. That's exactly how we want it to be. So it initially starts with an inquiry. So it mostly comes from our email, which we'll share a bit later. It can come from social media, from our LinkedIn page as well. And that leads to an introductory Zoom call where we both meet you. It's the most relaxed thing we possibly do, where we get to know you, what sports you're into, how your degree was, and what kind of area of sports do you want to go into. Also, I think it's really helpful to help the graduates that aren't quite sure about the sports industry itself, so we can explain a bit more about the potential jobs that are out there, and then that can work together to create kind of the area we want to look into. The next section is a CV review. So we look through your whole CV. We give you just small tips that can make you a sport-specific CV for the roles that you're going to apply for. And we also do it with you. We let you do pretty much all of the work, and we basically just give you tips along the way to make sure you develop with your personal CV, to know how personal a CV is. And then moving forward from there, it's an extensive job search. So we do a combination of searching ourselves, And then otherwise the network we've created from working in the sports industry, finding jobs through that. And then we send you jobs throughout, just really quick emails, WhatsApp messages saying, apply for this job. And then we go through the cover letter, the application, the interview process, throughout the whole process to help you coach you through and practice through to finally get that job offer, which, as I mentioned earlier, can be not a short process, but we believe that's the best way to get the best outcome, to find the best job for you. And then further, we work with you beyond you getting that job. So we check in with you a couple of weeks or a month into your job to make sure you're doing okay. If it's not quite working out, that sometimes happens, and we can help you find a new one. That's exactly why we still stay in contact with you, to create that network and networking skills past you getting that job.
So a couple of success stories. So these are candidates that we've worked with and continue to work with, just to give you an idea of, I suppose, the kind of roles that we've helped place in the past and the kind of people that we've helped place. So Grace West, so initially kind of worked within administration and front of house after leaving university. Her passions were in events and sport, but had taken the first role that was available to her when she had left university, and 8 months down the line had kind of regretted that decision. So after speaking with her, we introduced her to the team at Middlesex Cricket, who immediately kind of recognised her passions within events, and is now working as an events and hospitality executive there. Has been there for just over a year, so is hoping that this summer will provide a few more live events than obviously the previous 12 months have. Che was an economics and management graduate from Aston University. Over the time at university, had become more driven and motivated by understanding digital data and how that impacted consumers. So we helped Che on his application and suggested a number of online courses that he could undertake to further his knowledge in digital marketing, which helped him get his new role at Southampton Football Club. James, so we first spoke with James. He was coming to the end of his master's degree in marketing at the University of Lincoln. He had a particular eye on working within the health and fitness industry as a former British powerlifter. And when he came across a role at Gymshark as a junior affiliates and partnership executive, we assisted in tailoring his role, making it as specific as possible towards Gymshark and the role, which obviously led to a successful job offer. And finally, Jack, when he completed his studies, didn't really know what he wanted to do, but knew that working within sport was for him. We worked with him to kind of understand what transferable skills he had in the past, working in hospitality and coaching, and how we could translate those into a graduate role. We put him in touch with a leading agent at CSM, who helped Jack begin on a part-time basis as a client administrator. And then over the last 6 months, he's now become full-time client administrator there, and will be undertaking his ECB agents exam at the end of the month, which is very exciting. So that's just a little bit of info about some of the people we've helped in the past to give you a clear idea. So open to any questions about what we do, anything else that might have popped up through the presentation, happy to answer away.
I'm not sure how we get to that.
Thank you, Tom and Dominique. That was a really good presentation. Anyone got any questions? Anyone got any questions to ask? Just wanted to ask actually, where are you guys actually based in terms of the actual head office?
So we're based down in London. So because we work as a sports management agency, we do a bit of player representation and consultancy work as well, which requires us to be a little bit all over the country, and hence why we have kind of a network that has grown further than perhaps where we work mainly. But yeah, so at the moment it's mainly London, Southeast, but then also growing up north and through the Midlands as well in terms of our network.
Okay, and what sort of roles do you currently have available? Is there anything that students can apply straight away, or is it still work in progress?
Sure. So the way that we prefer to work is by speaking with the candidate first and understanding where their strengths and weaknesses might lie, and then recommending roles based on that. The only reason for that is, again, we don't send out every available role to every applicant that we have. We try to work on that more personal basis to understand what it is exactly that the candidate might be very good at, and also then from the company's point of view, creating, giving them a list of 3 people who we think will be absolutely perfect for the role.
Yeah, I would say, just to add on that, there's probably 2 more reasons to say there's more chance of success if we spend more time about getting to know them, the role and fit. So there's a role, we just send them out at the start, the chance of success we believe is lower. So once we get to know them, find their strengths and weaknesses, develop their CV initial applications, and then that role comes towards them. And then again, as we mentioned during the presentation, it's all about the really correct role for the candidate. That's why we don't just send them out at the start. It's a development process, which we obviously enjoy doing as well. That's kind of why we do it that way around.
Cool. And we do have a question actually from a student, Morgan. Do you have any jobs pre-graduating, or is it only once graduated? So once you graduate?
So is that placement students, or is that?
Yeah, Morgan, is that more for placement students? Are you looking for placement, or is it just a general part-time role that you're looking at? But I think, from my understanding, he's typing now.
So it would be looking at
graduate position.
It would be graduate positions. So I think at the moment we're looking to just specialise in graduate positions. So we've toyed with looking at placements, we've toyed with looking at part-time work whilst people are at university. But I think in order to provide the best results at the current time, I think just focusing on those graduate roles is what we can do. But there's no reason why, for example, if you're a second year student, if you're a final year student, and let's say it's October next year and you just started your final year, there's no reason why you couldn't get in touch already, and we can start preparing and start getting everything ready and making suggestions that you could do within that time frame. So once you do graduate, you're in the best possible position to get that first job offer.
Yeah, and I would also add to that actually that we do advise students to actually start from year one. So once you start your studies, obviously don't leave it to the last minute, final year students and I'm about to graduate, so what should I do next? So we do tend to advise guys that when you're first year, get in touch, especially with Hired. We're based in Moss House, ground floor, and we can support you as well in terms of, checking your CV and supporting them with interview techniques, etc. And start looking at your career in advance, even if it means trying to gain the skills, the knowledge by doing voluntary work, even to start off with, to get into that field that you want to get into. That's the best way moving forward as well, given the whole climate that we're in with COVID and the whole competition as well. Yeah. But no, thank you very much. Are you able to give a few examples of, I know you kind of mentioned the two stories. What sort of other roles that, you may have placed students in, so these students have an idea what roles are actually available, in the future, or what sort of roles?
So I think when we speak to candidates initially, the easiest way, because you can go into each industry and probably find tens of hundreds of specific roles, but the easiest way of probably differentiating it is marketing, events, sponsorship, and then the player management side. So that's probably the easiest way of kind of splitting it into those four groups. In terms of kind of coaching roles or performance roles, as Tom mentioned, we try to steer clear away of that, just because we think that there's already a process in place, and it's relatively easy to find those kind of job roles. Where we I suppose specialize is those more business orientated roles within the sports world. So still could be for a football club or a rugby club or a marketing agency, but specifically with those kind of business orientated roles instead of the coaching or performance types.
Okay, brilliant. And obviously I'm assuming it's all free of charge. You don't take a cut out afterwards, once it's placed or anything?
Completely free of charge. And as we've said, I think something that we really pride ourselves on is the and beyond section. So keeping in contact with the candidates after they've got that job. It doesn't matter after, if after a month, 2 months, they're enjoying it. It's not like we kind of cut ties. We look to kind of continue our work with them and keeping in touch with them, hopefully into kind of a long and successful career within sport.
Good stuff. I think that's it. Questions from myself and from the students. Any more questions, guys? Please free to put in the public chat. Are you both able to maybe drop a website or an email that they can contact you on if they think of any questions afterwards? They can always drop in.
You can put that into the chat box or send that over. Whatever's easy.
Or even LinkedIn profile or anything. If you guys can, add it into the public chat, that'd be great. But other than that, thank you very, very much for your time. Absolutely brilliant. And it is something new. You know, I'm assuming I don't think you guys have ever worked with the University College Birmingham before. So I think it's a really good way to start off, guys, and do get in touch and actually see what they have to offer as well. So hopefully, fingers crossed, you know, we will continue working with you guys as well in the near future, and we'll have some good students coming your way.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah,
No
thank
worries. Thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Okay, we are quite ahead of schedule at the moment. I believe the next employer isn't already here, so you guys can grab a quick coffee if you want, or a quick tea, and we will wait. I believe we're waiting for Aston Villa, aren't we, Yasmin?
Yeah. I'll hold the presentation, and then if you come back in a couple of minutes' time, we'll move on.
Yep, that's fine. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, thank you everyone. Today we will have Pete from the Aston Villa Foundation, who will be talking about what they can offer you as well. Pete, shall I pass it on to you?
Yeah, lovely. Thank you, Yasmin. Morning, everyone. My name's Pete Hazard. I'm the Partnerships Manager at Aston Villa Foundation. The purpose of my presentation is just to give you a feel for the type of work that we're involved in, and then the type of roles that you could undertake as part of the foundation. I will talk a little bit about the football club as well, because one of the perceptions that we recognise we have out there is that you have to be a footballer to work for Aston Villa, but clearly you don't. We employ about 500 to 600 people as a broader football club, and there's about 50 or 60 separate roles across the football club. So there are other opportunities. You don't necessarily have to be the next Jack Grealish or the next Tyrone Mings to get a job at Aston Villa. So just a little bit about us. We're the registered charity, and we are financially independent from the football club, but we make up a number of companies that sit across the football club, and we have a number of shared services that we access through the football club, such as the finance department, HR, and other resourcing offices across the AFC group. We are, however, self-financed, and that's through a number of income streams. As the slide outlines, the Premier League fund us predominantly by about 60% of all our revenue comes from the Premier League, but we're also funded through Big Lottery, through Sport England, through local organisations such as the West Midlands Police, and other national community trusts such as the Zurich Community Trust. We do also bring in commercial revenue from holiday activities and after school clubs, which is our commercial based activity. And our annual turnover is about 1.6 million. So as a foundation, we're one of the biggest now across the country, and that's sort of replicating the growth of the football club over the last couple of years as well. Just wanted to give you a flavour of our community. So we predominantly work across the 3 wards of Ladywood, Perrybar and Erdington. And as some of you may appreciate, quite a high number of inequalities across those 3 wards, quite a bit of deprivation. So we have a real focus in terms of that local constituency work. And as the slide shows, we target about 330,000 people. So what we try and do is balance that, the success of the brand, along with trying to benefit and enrich the lives of local people and the local communities. So we feel over the last 4 or 5 years, especially, we've built up a reputation now for our high quality services and our programs in the area, and we feel we're now starting to achieve that tag of being seen as a good neighbour rather than just a neighbour that disrupts local activity every fortnight when there's a home game. Hopefully the local community sees us as a little bit more than that. So now I'll start to talk about our projects, and that might give you a feel for the type of roles that we've got and potential career opportunities. So just highlight there is that we have projects that range from 2 to 100 in terms of the ages we connect with. There's about 250 sessions every week and about 6,500 people we connect to. So a wide range of opportunities. I won't go into it at this stage. I'll do it one by one as the slides come on. And just to give you really just a feel for where all those departments sit is that we're trying to achieve those following outcomes. We're trying to get more people more active, trying to encourage healthy and fulfilling lives, look to reach potential both through education, through attainment, through enrichment, and then ultimately into employment. And from a community point of view, we work with the police as well to look at safer, stronger communities. And that's not just about crime rates, that's about enriching community and neighbourhood spirits as well. So football in the community, this is essentially for all you aspiring coaches out there. So this is what your traditional football programs may look like, anything from parent and toddler work right through to coaching courses, holiday courses, and maybe a bit old-fashioned now, but we do still run some girls-only sessions. However, the majority of our work is not based around gender and is just mixed gender and mixed ability as well. So for those of you who are aspiring football coaches and sports coaches, this is probably the department for you. And football in the community has sessions all over the city running each week, after school and weekend initiatives. So opportunities for you there if you're a level 1 or a level 2 football coach. Schools, we also encourage those individuals to have football coaching badges, but we look for our schools team to also have experience of working in education so they can deliver to predominantly primary school children. And we also do some teacher CPD as well. So we have an expectation there that our staff have suitable qualifications in order to be able to deliver to other teachers, but predominantly to deliver in a school setting. So we fundamentally support primary schools to deliver numeracy and literacy through football, through sport, and as the slide says, that's through cross-curricular teaching, competitions and events. So in terms of the type of workforce there, yes, some of our guys do have football qualifications, but they also have educational based qualifications as well, which then allow them to work in a school setting. Disability, so we run a number of disability teams, special educational needs schools. We go into visit and do deliver sessions in those schools, and we have a number of daycare centres that we attach ourselves to, where there is a range of both physical and mental disadvantaged children within those groups. And we also have events that just highlight that work. So the specialism here is that ability to work with those disability teams and with those special educational needs pupils and students. So again, starting point is a football coach, but we would have that expectation that you would have that skill set to work with that particular participant group as well. Young people, so this is a lot of community work, so there would be an emphasis here on those aspiring youth workers, those who are enthusiastic about working more in the community. We run a huge football community program called Kicks, which is run by the Premier League or funded by the Premier League. And we also do programs that support young people who may be at risk of exclusion from mainstream education. That's called alternative provision. We also have a social action group called Action Villa, pardon the pun, but that's to try and encourage young people to give something back to the community. So this is a community-driven team. We also have the Prevent agenda, which looks at tackling terrorism and anti-extremism. So that's the purpose of that team. Again, a range of skill set within that team, right from coaches on the ground, outreach workers, youth workers, right through to officer and managerial roles that support that particular team. Next slide. Football and education. So this is a post-16 opportunity. So we have about 100 plus students doing a BTEC course at the moment, and the emphasis is predominantly education, but the guys on the course get the opportunity to also play and train more intensively than they might do in a sixth form setting. Our workforce on this is predominantly football coaches, but we do have a team of educational tutors as well who deliver the education side of it. So again, just demonstrating that this particular department is a mixture of football coaches and educational specialists as well. And moving on to the future, we hope to roll out a foundation degree as part of that. So again, we would be looking to recruit someone who's got that skill set. Interventions similar to the young people. This is really community based. This is looking at tackling those participants who may not have the opportunity to integrate with football, with education, and we try and bridge that gap. So again, the skill set here is outreach workers, community workers, youth workers in some cases, but having that ability to connect with various participant groups that might be the furthest removed from those football and sporting opportunities. So the group on the picture is a group of refugee and asylum seeker ladies who come to our football and English classes. We also do work with the homeless through the Crisis Charity, and we also do holiday hunger campaigns across the summer holidays to support those families who would claim normally free school meals. So there's a lot of community work central to our foundation programs as well there. So that would be a specific role that would be required under that particular department. And then I think this is the last slide in terms of the departments. We also run a health and well-being department. So again, what we would be looking for there is personal trainers, those with a health and well-being background and those particular qualifications, whether that's gym related or exercise related. There is also a real focus on mental health within that particular department as well. So in the future, we'll be looking for mental health practitioners, cognitive specialists that can support that particular department. The actual slide at the moment shows a couple of our young apprentices working with an older generational group with some cross-generational physical activity work taking place. But as the slide says, there's a lot of work now in the mental health arena, right through from young people's mental health, engaging middle-aged men to sort of open up about their health issues, right through to supporting ex-servicemen. So a real range of programs there. And again, not your normal skill set that you might associate with foundation staff, not your normal football level 2 coach or level 3 coach. This is a different group of practitioners within that department. So I think the next few slides are just to give you a feel for the foundation a little bit more. Our own sort of fundraising angle is called Supporting Our Own. So we generate charitable donations through our Santa run, through our charity ab sale down the Holt stand, which is one of the stands at Villa Park. And we generate a lot of our own money, which then goes out to community causes and supports that sort of idea of being a good neighbour, and obviously engages fans to be part of that fundraising program. And then linked to that is work we do with social action. So here we are, the slide shows a few of our volunteers, painting and decorating a local community site just round the corner from Villa Park. So very much our role as a foundation is to regenerate communities and do all that stuff from litter picks right through to park runs, and we've even adopted a stretch of the canal between Brookvale and Perry Bar, Alexander Stadium. So we've got initiatives that really look to enhance the local community. Third sector support is similar to the charitable work I talked about. So that's about giving other people the opportunity to take their football level one, to support them with small grants, to support them with building projects, and just recognise, as the last statement says there, those people who do good work for other charitable and local organisations, and just to demonstrate that Villa know all the good work that they're doing and would like to recognise that. And then we're also like to be seen as part of that Villa family. So we like to give up the opportunity for ticket donations, match day experiences and mascots to all people who are associated with Villa, whether that's the fan base, whether that's local charities and community organisations that we link in with, just to give that feel for being a family. Some of you may have seen this as well. Christmas is a classic time. You've got Conor Hurahan there and Jack Grealish on the image, who went to the local Birmingham Children's Hospital and did some player visits and just to raise the spirits of the young people there. So that's part of our wider fundraising projects that we're involved in. And another example of that would be stuff like the Big Villa Sleep Out, which raised money for the homeless. But we also have a Villa Kitchen project, which makes about 600 meals for those who need food desperately across the city, whether that's the homeless or whether that's just other families across the city. We have big projects that support that. So I think the connection here with this particular careers fair is that that's a demonstration of the breadth of our work and the different roles that we've got. So we've got neighbourhood engagement officers, we've got a fundraising officer, we've got a campaigns manager. So we recruit people who aren't just football coaches. We recruit people with those additional skill sets, whether that's in media and communication, whether that's with a fundraising background or a neighbourhood engagement background. So all these slides are there for you to demonstrate that you don't actually have to be a footballer or a football coach to get a job within the foundation or indeed the wider football club. And again, I've just touched on that. Campaigns, we've got a campaigns manager. She will be central to all those things that we link in with football. Some of you might have heard of Rainbow Laces, which is the LGBTQ plus awareness campaign. Kick It Out is very prevalent at the moment in terms of the fight against racism and equally level playing field. And then obviously around November time, we have the Remembrance Day game that links in with the Royal British Legion. Okay, before I take any questions, just as well, I haven't got a particular slide on the football club, but essentially all those things I've talked about in the foundation replicate themselves across the football club. So we have specific media departments, we have finance departments, we have an HR department, we have a marketing and communications department. There's a workforce that work on the ground, both at Villa Park and the training ground in Bodymore, which is Tamworth Heath. And then the football team itself has a backroom staff of masseurs, physios, analysts, video analysts, tech analysts, stats guys. So really what I'm here to say is that, you know, forgive me for saying that same thing again, but you don't need to be Jack Grealish to get a job at either at the foundation or at the football club. There is a real range of roles that we desperately need. So you potentially are the next occupants of some of those roles. So what we try and do is encourage local people to apply for those roles as and when they come up. Thanks, Jasmine. I think that's me done. I'm ready to take some questions.
Thanks, Pete. That was a great presentation, very informative. For those roles that you have mentioned, students could just is it easier for them to go on the website and apply, or if they were to maybe find a role they were interested in, could they possibly send you an email?
Yeah, send me an email. Careers, there is on the Aston Villa Football Club main website, there's a careers section, so they're always updating with all the opportunities that exist. We are trying to engage more local people in terms of our roles within the foundation, and we're encouraging the football club to take on some of that work as well. And sort of really prevalent at the moment, we've taken on 3 Kickstart young people, and we're hoping to extend that offer. I know that's not a permanent job opportunity, but in terms of encouraging young people to get into the labour market and get into a job, obviously that's a government campaign that's been encouraging a lot of people to get back into work. So we're keen to promote national opportunities like that as well.
Okay, just a bit of I don't think you spoke about your journey within Aston Villa Foundation.
Yeah. So I went to Birmingham University, many moons ago, did a sports degree. So I'm lucky that I've stayed in the profession. I worked in sports development as my first job. So that was based with a local authority, a council, and we delivered a number of after-school programs, holiday courses. We linked in with national governing bodies of sport to do local coaching courses for local people to become qualified coaches. But then probably as money was redirected into other services, sports development teams unfortunately took a bit of a hit. So I then moved on to a national organisation called Sports Coach UK, which is now called UK Coaching, has been rebranded to be called UK Coaching. And I worked in a similar role to the one I've got here, as a relationship manager, trying to connect coaching opportunities with governing bodies, and we partnered up with a number of sports partnerships. So some of the participants on the virtual careers fair today might be aware of Sport Birmingham locally, is the local sports partnership. So my role was to connect with them and increase the opportunities for sport and coaching as part of my employment with UK Coaching. And then 4 years ago, nearly 4 years ago, I got the opportunity to work with Aston Villa. My initial role was working across the education and inclusion departments, which have now morphed into the interventions department that was on the slide, to grow those departments and to build the portfolio of work that we've got in those departments, which ranges from police-backed initiatives right through to local community football opportunities. And then I've progressed into this partnership role a couple of years ago. So my job now is to connect with key stakeholders across the city to try and grow the foundation, right through from Public Health Birmingham, right through to West Midlands Police and the Police Crime Commissioner's Office and everything in between, and obviously linking with the Premier League as well, to just try and create more opportunities to enrich the communities that we work in, whether that's health-based, crime-based, community-based, or in this particular case, education and employment.
Oh, it's a very varied career then.
Well, it's been sport all the way, but I suppose my skill set at the moment is just to bring opportunities into the foundation and just try and raise awareness of the work that we do, because it's really eye-opening for a lot of people that they probably don't appreciate the breadth of work that we do. I think a lot of key funders and stakeholders think we just run holiday programs and after-school clubs, but we're so much more than that now. And because we connect with about, as that one slide said, 6,500 people every week, our opportunity to meet health agendas across the city, meet crime agendas across the city, we can play a role in that.
It's all about doing your research as well as a student. I'm sure you'd agree, to look for those opportunities that are out there.
Yeah, so one of the key factors for us, a few years ago, there may be some Villa fans on the call. Aston Villa got relegated to the Championship, and that reduced the amount of money we got from the Premier League. Fortunately, we bounced back and we benefit from Premier League funding again. But we made it quite a strategic objective that we don't want to ever be in that position again. So we're trying to look for more local money, more sustainable money through your educational channels locally, through health channels locally. So that's our opportunity. That's what we're trying to strive for.
Okay, great. I'm just looking at the questions. Hussein, for the job opportunities, as Peter's mentioned, there are a lot of jobs from sport coaches, marketing and HR. What I'll do is I will find the career, unless you can find it, Pete, the actual careers website.
Yeah, I can try and find the link to it now.
Pete has said he is happy if anyone does find a job role that they particularly want to apply to, if you'd like to send him an email, if you need any help or advice. But thank you for that, Pete. That was really insightful.
No problem. If I copy the link now and I'll put that on the chat.
Do you do any placement opportunities? Because you have many students that need to do placements as part of their course.
Yeah, we don't so much, but what there probably is an opportunity for is apprenticeships, and the Kickstart opportunity, I think, will be more than a placement opportunity. So I know that probably will only appeal to graduates, but if they're still looking for work after they graduated, I think we're going to be taking on some more Kickstart employees from about September onwards, and we're looking to take on 2 apprentices from September as well.
Okay, then, so this would be a good idea for someone when you're finishing your course.
Yeah.
As a full-time role. Pete has just put in the chat box his website where they do list all their roles, and as he said, not all the roles are all sports related. Yes, you'll be in the sports industry, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go straight into a sports specific role. I don't think we have any more questions. I will pop your email in the chat box.
Okay.
If students want to get in touch that way, please do so. Thank you for your time, Pete. It was very insightful.
No
It has been, so those that unfortunately missed the presentation will be able to play it back at a later stage.
Okay. That's great.
Thank you. I'll speak to you soon, Pete.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thanks, bye. Okay. If we just give a couple more minutes and then we'll be able to speak to our employer from the Royal Air Force. So just give us a couple of minutes, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, especially for those that have joined in. We are here again, Andy from the Royal Air Force. Always a pleasure to say hello and introduce you. So I think we're all quite familiar with your face now as well. So I'm not going to say any further. Yes, I'm going to pass it on to you. Thank you.
No, thank you. Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing for you guys. Haven't seen me so much, but hopefully I can be of some use to the students. So I'll give you a bit of an introduction to myself and a little bit of my career before I go on to a bit more info regarding the Royal Air Force. So I'm Sergeant Andy Chambers. I've been in the RAF for 16 years now. By trade, I am RAF Police. And part of my trade, I've done various different roles, from counterintelligence work, police investigations. I've also done aviation security work, where I've been able to travel to quite a few different countries around the world. The last time I counted it, I got up to 49 different countries visited. So I'm doing all right. The good thing is, normally get to spend a couple of days there, so you do get to taste a bit of the culture and do a bit of exploring. Some of the trips I have been to, I have been away for up to 6 months. Now, for me, I love travelling, I love getting away, and it just means when I am home, the time I get to spend with my friends and family, I just appreciate it a hell of a lot more. Plus, I've got some cool stories to tell them of the different countries I've been. So I'll just go around these 4 pictures that are on the screen right now. So top left, that was a team that I led. We went down to Mozambique after the country got hit by Cyclone Idai. Basically, we took a load of humanitarian stuff down there. So on the back of there was shelter, water, food, clothing items, solar showers, all that sort of stuff, just to try help the people get back on their feet and start rebuilding from the devastation that was caused. With that, we didn't know what we were getting ourselves into going down. So obviously the picture there, none of us have got weapons on, but when we first touched down, we're all kitted up, body armor, helmet, weapons, the full works. And if you can see in the out to the side there, it was hot. So we're there sweating, but as soon as we get on the ground, we liaise with the local organisations to see what threats and what live threats there are. The biggest thing for us is we want to make sure all the stuff we're taking to them is getting to the aid agencies so it can get to the people that need it. Because a lot of the time, criminal gangs try to steal it or get involved to make profit out of it. So we've got to be careful and we've got to guard against that. Once we know what the threat assessment is, once we sort of get our bearings, we can then make a decision of what state we need to be in. Because we saw that the national military had pretty much secured the airport, we instantly de-kitted down to just shirts, trousers and boots, so then we could help unload all the stuff so it could get out to the relevant different towns and provinces in the country to get distributed. The top right picture that I was awarded, well, I was on the Queen's birthday honours list. I got a commendation for some work I did. I worked on a piece of counter-terrorism work, which involved SO19 of the Met Police, MI5 UK intelligence services, obviously the Royal Air Force, and we were just looking at what is the most likely threat of terrorist action in the UK, and also what was the most likely threat of terrorist action against British military in the UK. A lot of the work we did, we identified that it was bladed weapons and vehicles were the most likely, and ever since then, that is the most popular method used. Yeah, it's still not good either way, but at least if the security forces are aware of what sort of stuff they're looking for, it just makes their job a little bit easier. And then the bottom two pictures, I'm massive into rugby. I used to play semi-pro for Peterborough. I've also played for the RAF and coached for the RAF. So bottom left, you might not be able to see it, but that's Cardiff Blues changing room. I got to play there, which was quite a cool experience. And then the bottom right is a picture of me actually playing. I'm not sure if I'm playing rugby or in a gurning competition though there, to be honest. Okay, so here's all the different roles we've got into the Royal Air Force. But with the courses you guys are on, with the sports, business and all that, the areas I'd probably recommend looking is the personnel support area. In there, you've got the personnel support officer. So that's more like your HR manager sort of role. In there, you've also got your physical training instructor. So that's like your gym board. So they'll run our circuits, they'll do fitness training, they'll do our rehabilitation packages. They also do our parachute jump instructors and also all of our adventurous training stuff as well. So if any of that sort of where you're wanting to go in a career, or if that's something that you'd like to look further into, I'd recommend having a look at the physical training instructor. Obviously, everyone who does parachuting in the British military are trained by the RAF physical training instructors. So our jump instructors get to travel all over the world. They do a lot of training out in California because it's more likely to get better weather, so guaranteed to get the jumps in, rather than the UK where guaranteed we'll probably get rain at some point during the day. Another one I'll probably look at is have a look at the intelligence roles, because although you'll be looking at business analytics, basically the way you analyze stuff is the same in whether you do it for a business, for gambling sites, for banks, or for our intelligence. You've just got to look at the information you've got in front of you, using your knowledge and experience, and then develop a picture. So for us, you'll be developing potential routes for our convoys to travel. So you'll be looking at maps of the area. If it's somewhere where we're going, say on a training exercise, you could look at finding out what that country is all about, local religions, local customs, all this sort of stuff. So when we go there, we're fully prepared. And then when we get there, we can hit the ground running, and we're not going to upset people by doing something that's completely normal to us, that is seen to be offensive or against the local customs in that country. The force protection area, obviously you've got the police in there, you've got the firefighter, which is quite an active role for us. They get trained to the same level as normal firefighters. The only difference is our firefighters then go on and do the aircraft-specific firefighting training as well. So, yes, they get trained same as the everyday firefighter that you see out there, but then they also do all the aircraft-specific stuff, which is a lot to do with like bulk fuels, the engines and all that sort of stuff. So it's quite a bespoke area there. The RAF Regiment Gunner role as well. That is the infantry of the Royal Air Force. It's a very active role for us. Obviously, they do a lot of exercises. They go away quite a bit, constantly having to use the weapons, carry the kit, do road moves and all this sort of stuff. So it is a very active role. So being fit would actually benefit you in that sort of role. I'm trying to think what else. And even if you look at the aircrew roles there as well, you've got obviously you've got the pilot. We need the guys to fly the aircraft. You've got the remote piloted aircraft system, so there are drone pilots. Then you've got the guys who are down the back end of the aircraft, so we call them weapons system operators. You have the two different sorts. One's a linguist specialist, so they will be working on all the radios or the comm systems that we may come into contact with. But with the weapons system operator, their main role is they look after everything in the back end of our aircraft, whether it be our transport fleet or our helicopter fleet. So they'll make sure all the individuals are safe on that aircraft. If they're on the back of a Chinook, they may be a weapons operator, so they could be hanging out the side of a Chinook with a machine gun if it's going into an area that's high threat. So they can do some really cool stuff, and it varies depending on what aircraft type they're on. So it is a very highly active role. So that is the end of that. Now I've got about 25 minutes for questions and whatever from you guys. There's some already in the chat. Oh, Yasmin has just put some up. So what I want to say, like, if you guys are active people and you wanted to get into a role that is very active, I'd say 80% of the roles in the Air Force will cater for that demand. And the way we teach you is we're very different to your standard school. Yes, we will do your theory stuff, but a lot of our training is done very practically. The reason we do it this way is we want to give you as much experience doing everything practically. So when it comes down to having to do it real time, you've got that prior knowledge. And we've found a lot of people actually learn a lot better than that. So we do get inspected at our educational establishments just the same as all other schools. So they come in, inspectors, make sure we're teaching you to the correct level, because all our roles, they come with civilian qualifications. So whatever you're wanting to do, you could think, do you know what, I fancy doing that for a few years, get experience, come out and go do it in Civvy Street. So our firefighters, they join, they get the firefight qualifications. When they leave, they can go join fire service wherever they are. Same with majority of our trades. Pretty much all have transferable skills. So whatever you do, you can actually, there are roles outside of the military that you can go and do. So pretty much, I mean, there are some bespoke roles we do have, but even then, a lot of the skills are transferable into wherever you want to go and work after this. A lot of the guys come out and do very similar stuff to what they're doing, or some even go do something different. So go into, say, teaching or into a total field, totally, depending on what takes their interest. But a lot of employers do look at our skill sets with quite a lot of positivity, because not only are we trained to do the job, but we're also trained to be able to look after ourselves, good timekeeping, to have high integrity, because we need to make sure whatever we're doing it not only to the best of our abilities, but doing it lawfully and to the highest standards we can.
Okay, great. We have quite a few questions. Shall I read them out for you?
Yeah, please. Say.
The first one is, what are the medical roles, for example, physiotherapy?
So what I'll do is I'll pull that slide back up. So we pretty much have all medical roles that you can think of. we can, if required, set up a field hospital and run pretty much every department that you'd get in your normal hospital. There's only 2 types of doctors we don't do. That's cancer and children's doctors. And the only reason is, if we were to get cancer in the service, we would go straight into the NHS system. You'll pretty much wouldn't be in work. You'll go, get that sorted, get the treatment you require. Then the Air Force will look to see whether A, you'll be fit enough to return to service, or B, if you need to be medically discharged to ensure that you can live most comfortable life. So obviously, if we got cancer doctors, they wouldn't be that busy in the sense of the age range of people that are generally in the military aren't high risk for cancer, so we don't really get that many. So that's why we don't have cancer doctors. And the reason we don't have like children doctors is you've got to be at least 16 to join the military, so you can be treated by any doctor there.
Okay, great. Next question. Do you need to be of British nationality to apply for a job in the Royal Air Force?
So you don't need to be British. You can be from Commonwealth. Different roles do have slightly different criteria. It all depends on what level of security clearance you will require. If you've been in the UK for 5 years, you can apply for British nationality, and then you can apply that way as well. So you don't have to be British from birth. There are some roles that you do, but for the majority of them, we do take Commonwealth applicants as well.
And then I assume on the job description it will say that information anyway, won't it, before they apply?
Yeah, so when you go on our website, it's got everything from your age, education, your residency status. So it's all on there. We don't hide anything. We'd rather you be able to go through, get the information you need, rather than having to call us. It's not that we don't want you to call us. We just rather you have all that information. You could read it, make your decision, and then come to us, and you'll be better informed, or you'll have a bit more bespoke questions that you'll need to ask us. So that is why we just put it all out there for you to go see, and then let you make your mind up in which roles take your fancy.
Okay. The next question is, so is it possible for someone who has a disability to join, as they tried to join the Royal Marines before but got rejected on the basis of having a disability? However, they do fitness, they do mixed martial arts and running in their own time.
Okay, so when it comes to medical, every role does have slightly different medical criteria. I'm not medically trained, so I can't say yes or no whether you'll be able to try. Obviously, with Royal Marines, they've got quite a high level of medical standards because of the role they do. So all I would suggest on that is, if there is a role in the RAF that you do fancy, put an application in and see how you get on. Unfortunately, it's one of them. You've got to wait to get to the medical stage to sort of find out, unfortunately. There are certain things that are a straight off bar to service, but in general, we don't get medically trained, so we can't actually answer yes or no on that one, I'm afraid. Sorry.
On the website, there is a list of medical conditions, isn't there, about what?
Yeah.
So you would know from that list. What are the requirements for a physical trainer?
So for a physical trainer, as long as you've got English and maths GCSEs, grade 4 now. 4 is it 4? Yeah, 4 on the new system. You're pretty much eligible. There is an age requirement. Bear with me. I'm just trying to get the roll up for you now. It's not one of the roles that I was expecting, to be honest. I didn't have it on a quick link. I don't know why. It's my own fault. 2 seconds. But yeah, you do have to have a high level of personal fitness levels and a good knowledge of fitness training and all that sort of stuff. Just because it'll help you during the training phase, because it is quite an intense training, because you learn everything about the mechanics of the body. I have it here. So what I'll do is, where's the chat? I'll post the role direct into the link now.
Oh, yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
So,
Yes, and more that link and it will tell you everything about the role. And if you do have any questions, I'm sure Andy is okay for you to get in touch with him.
Yeah, feel free to email me. Obviously, as you can see, grade 4 English and maths. So for this one, obviously with the citizenship, the status for fitness training instructor is be a citizen of the United Kingdom or the Republic of Ireland, holder of dual UK and other nationality, or have been a Commonwealth citizen from birth. So obviously, I don't know all your backgrounds, but potentially you could get dual nationality if you've been here long enough and you'll be eligible for that role. That's quite similar for quite a few different roles as well.
Okay, next question, a bit of an interesting question. Is it possible with the Air Force sports teams to progress into a higher level of sport, or is it just for recreation?
So we actually have sports athletes all the way up to professional status. So we have people that represent in Olympic standard, both summer and winter Olympics. Then we also have professional athletes in the women's and men's rugby game that are playing at the top, even included for England. So for the England ladies, you've got Amy Cockayne. She's a RAF police officer. She starts quite regularly for the England's game. And then in the men's game, you've got Josh McNally. He's not actually featured for England yet, but he's been called up to a couple of England squad training camps and stuff like that. But he's playing at the top level. And if they're at that sort of level, the way it works is they'll pretty much get employed by the clubs that they're playing for. However, they will have to represent the RAF when we play whatever the sport is. And they'll also have to make sure they do their annual training as well. So if you are good enough, the RAF will support you and help you get as high as you can. So for me, I was playing rugby before I joined. I was playing probably 8th tier rugby at best. I joined up, and with the coaching and the help I got from the RAF, I made it all the way up to 4th tier rugby. Unfortunately for me, I got a serious injury, so I kind of had to stop playing rugby or potentially stop having a career in the Air Force. So I made the decision. I'm still playing now, obviously just at a lower standard, but the RAF have also helped me getting into a bit of the coaching side of things, so I can still get involved with the rugby, which is quite one of my passions. I'm not even going to try to say that name, sorry. Danae? What sports is it that you're interested in? Did I say the name right?
I think so. He's typing.
But yeah, when it comes to sport, it doesn't matter what your main role is. You can go off and do whatever sport, and even if it's we have both males and females basketball teams, and we do pretty much all year track and field as well. So pretty much whatever you fancy to take on and pursue, you've got it there. We pretty much have teams or squads for pretty much majority of sports. There's very few that we don't cover. The only big ones that we don't really cover at the minute is we don't do MMA. Not too sure, because we do jiu-jitsu, we do judo, we've got boxing. I just think no one's actually wanted to set one up yet. But we also do esports as well, because that is quite a big one. And our esports team actually represent on the national basis, so they actually compete nationally as well. And a lot of units are setting up esports clubs, so they're getting all the consoles and everything in place to be able to support these teams as well. And that's another good thing about the military. Every unit has pretty much got all the sports facilities you want. We'll take Cosford, which is obviously just up the road for us. There they've got squash courts, tennis courts, indoor and outdoor. They've got basketball courts. They've got indoor football courts, outdoor football pitches. They've got a sports stadium for all your track and field stuff. They've got basketball courts. You've got your netball courts there, rugby pitches. There's a swimming pool, full cardio gym. They've got a boxing gym in there. So literally all your sporting needs are there, and you don't pay for it. Or you can go use it. Most units are 24/7. So if you're working shifts, you get an hour off. You can go to the gym, do what you need to, and all that sort of stuff. So it's quite good, and it is all tailored there to try ensure we stay fit and healthy and are able to do our job. And the main reason they encourage us so much to do sport and adventurous training is because the fitter and healthier you are, the quicker your body will adapt when it changes climate. So if you take any of us out of Birmingham now and chuck us into the desert, we're going to sweat and it's going to be horrible. Whereas if you're fit and healthy, you'll adapt a lot quicker. So that's why. And it's the same if they chuck us into the Arctic as well. You're going to be freezing no matter how many layers you put on. Whereas the healthier, the fitter you are, the quicker your body will adapt. So the quicker your body will self-regulate correctly. And that is the whole reason why we're not forced, but we're encouraged to be as active as we can be.
Do you ever do any, so for those students that do want to get into the military and the Royal Air Force, do you ever do any like fitness training to help them get in?
Yeah, so if you just Google RAF fitness training or RAF Fit for Action, on our website there's a 12-week program. Let me see if I can find it quickly for you. RAF Fit. It's a 12-week program that's been designed to take. There we go. I think.
Is this something you have to pay for?
And to be honest, it starts off very well. It starts off you do a run, maximum press ups, maximum sit ups, and record your times, and then it just builds you up over the 12 weeks. There's a couple of times over that 12-week program where you'll redo the run, press ups, and sit ups, just so you can gauge at how well you're progressing. The fitter you are, you may start at 6 weeks into the program. It's all depending on your current fitness standards. Males do have to get a higher fitness standard than females, and it's all done with because of our genetics, our body types, and all that, and that's the whole reasoning behind it. But yeah, it's a 12-week program. It's been designed to take people from sitting on the sofa all the way to being able to pass our fitness test. I utilise the last two to 3 weeks of it. Just when I've got my annual fitness test come in about 6 weeks before, I'll just do the last 3 weeks and just repeat it twice before I go do my fitness test, just to make sure that I'm where I need to be. Because as I'm getting older, I probably don't do as much sport as I used to. So I kind of now have to just make sure I just keep on top of it. But saying that, the general fitness standards, they're not ridiculous. You don't have to be an athlete to be able to achieve them. They're actually quite reasonable, to be fair. It's once you're in, it's a bleep test followed by press-ups and sit-ups. But when you join in, it's 2.4K run on the treadmill, followed by press-ups and sit-ups. So it's not ridiculous. We're not asking you to be an Olympic athlete, but you do have to make sure you do have a reasonable level of fitness.
How long is your bleep test?
How long's my bleep test?
How long?
It's 25-meter one, but depending on your age, it changes. So for you guys being between the ages of say 19 and 30, yours it's level 9-10 on the bleep test. If you wanted to have a go, it is on our website, so you can actually just download it and practice it. All the instructions are on there, which tells you what distance you need to lay out, and then you could just stick your headphones in and just practice it. Because if any of you are like me, I'd never done a bleep test before I joined up. I could run in a straight line, quite happy, but doing a bleep test, turning, I struggled with it first time I'd done it. I scraped a pass, but it wasn't pretty. It was just a case that I just had to practice it and get my body used to having to stop and turn and go again. because it's not like just going out and doing a straight run.
You
but
can
in the
download,
12
can't you?
sorry.
You can download the actual bleep recording on online.
Yeah, so there's quite a few different ones on there, but we actually do put our one on our website, so you can use that, so you can make sure you are using the correct one, because I think civilian police, they do it over 15 meters, I think it is, but their bleeps are, pardon?
It's a 5.4.
Yeah, so I think their actual bleep test as well itself is slightly different as well, because the bleep test originally was actually designed to be done in a triangle. So we've actually, it's been changed to be back and forth to change. That's why there's so many different variants out there. So you just need to be careful which one you are using. If you are wanting to practice ours, just try and make sure you do get the RAF one. That way you know you've got the right one. What would you say is the most difficult part of the beginning training process? Well, it's been a while since I went through training. So the hardest thing I went through was the long days. The days they're like 16-hour days. There's a lot of purpose behind it, because they're wanting to put you in a situation of, we call it stress. So, if you were ever put in that sort of scenario where you're tired, but you've just got to get the job done, well, actually, I know I can work still when I'm tired. And that's why they do the long days. It's all very regulated. Like, it isn't every day a long day. You do get days off and sort of stuff like that. They do monitor to make sure, do injury prevention and all that sort of stuff. But the biggest shock to me was the long days. There was no, I'm tired today, I'll just sleep in for another hour. You have to get up, you have to do get your kit ready for inspections and do whatever your jobs are and get it squared before you start your working day. Then you go into your working day, and then even at the end of your working day, you've got stuff to do, because you've got to wash your kit and prepare it, and then start all your prep for your next day. So yeah, I think it would be the tiredness that I found most difficult. But for a lot of people, it's the being away from home in a totally new environment, because a lot of people haven't spent long away from home. It's normally like a 2-week holiday, or they may have been traveling for 3-4 weeks, but that's generally about it. But being in the environment where you don't get shouted at, but it's very much that they tell you, yeah, you need to go here, and you're just constantly being told what to do, where to go. It's totally unnatural. So a lot of people do get homesick, and the best bit of advice I can give is just try and persevere. Just think of it, it's 10 weeks, get through that 10 weeks, and once you get to your phase 2 training, it starts relaxing a bit. It's more focused on ensuring you learn the key skills for the role that you're applying for. And then once you've done that, once you're out actually working, it's just like a normal job, in the sense of you'll get your hours that you need to work. You'll work them. When you're not doing that, time's your own. You can do what you want. If you've got 4 days off, if you want to come home. If you want to go on holiday, which hopefully restrictions will be getting easier, so we can do a bit more city holidays and stuff like that. You can go or do that sort of stuff. So it all depends on what your interests are. But yeah, so for me, I'd say it was a tiredness, but in general, it's a lot of people just struggle with that, being away from home in that unknown environment. But what I will say is, part of the 10-week basic training that you will do is a week doing adventurous training in Wales, where you do a bit of mountain biking, canoeing, a bit of caving and climbing. So yeah, it's 10 weeks, but a week of it's quite fun, doing some fun activities as well.
Thank you, Andy. I think that's all the questions. If you're happy for students to email you, is it okay if we put your email address in the chat box? Or
yeah, if you give, I'll put it here now.
And I would say those that are wanting to seriously join the Royal Air Force, I would make use of that fitness training plan, because as Andrew said, it can be quite difficult if you haven't done a lot of fitness before. So I would really make use of that.
That is my email address. If you do have any questions, just drop me an email. If you don't want to come direct, come through the guys who are hosting today, Yasmin and Sabath, and they can email me on your behalf. Or alternatively, get in contact with the career office that's in the city centre. The guys there are more than happy to help you out. And as of the 21st of June, they're pretty much going to be all back in there. So they should be quite easy to get hold of to answer any questions you may have. But what I would recommend is if any of you do know people that are currently in the RAF, just speak to them. They're the guys who are going to tell you the truth. I've told you the truth. I don't hide anything. I just don't see the point. But if you know someone that's already in or has done it previously, they're the ones that are going to be able to give you the best sort of information and be able to help you out. But feel free to drop me an email and I will get back to you as soon as I can.
Thank you, Andy. That's great. This has been recorded as well, so students will be able to listen back to it later if they unfortunately couldn't attend. Thank you, as always, for your time.
Thank you for having me, and hopefully I've been helpful and some of you guys may consider a career with us.
I hope so, yeah. I'll speak to you soon.
Yeah, all right, cheers. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, everyone. Our next speaker will be Gary from the Army. We're just waiting for him to join the conference. So we'll be starting that in a couple of minutes' time.
I believe Gary has joined us. And hopefully, I'm hoping, Gary, that your mic works now. Are you able to unmute yourself? We could just see whether it works.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you now. That's fine. So, Gary, we just showed a quick few videos whilst obviously you and Yasmin were trying to liaise with each other. It was just a quick process, the careers process, and an overview of the Army. Did you just want to talk about your journey since you've been working with the Army, and any job opportunities or how students can apply, etc.? So I could just pass it back on to you.
Yeah, sure. So, obviously, I can show the presentation if you wish. It just obviously explains about the different type of roles, whether it be you look to join as a soldier or you want to join as an officer, and also about the apprenticeship schemes which we can kind of offer as well to those people joining the Army. Sure.
Yep. Go for it. Yep. Yasmin, if you can make Gary presenter. Okay, Gary, you're presenter now. You can screen share.
Okay, can you all see the screen? Yeah, now you should say Army Careers on there.
Yep, it's just loading. Yep, it's loaded now.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, so how long have I got at the moment in Sabath just to do the presentation? Got about 20 minutes. Is that okay?
You got roughly about 15 minutes now, if that's okay.
Okay, no problem. No, that's actually fine. Don't worry, because there's no videos to watch anyway now. Okay, so good afternoon. Apologies about the delay. I'm Staff Sergeant Southall from the Army Careers Office in Birmingham, and I'm kind of like the senior military recruiter for the in the office here in Birmingham. Okay, and also what I'm going to do is just give you a very brief introduction into careers into the Army. Okay, so basically what we have 7 different types of career paths, what we call them. Okay, so we have combat, which is mainly the infantry, the Royal Artillery, the Royal Army Corps. So these are the boys and girls who kind of get very close in dealing with the enemy and those type of areas. We've then got medical roles. Okay, vast different types of medical roles you can do in the Army. Anything the National Health Service do, okay, we can also provide the same as well. And again, just recently over the last 12 months or so, you'd have seen the Armed Forces medical response to COVID-19. Whereby we've been helping out as much as possible in administering vaccinations into local populations around the UK, as well as assisting in the UK hospitals as well on the wards and those type of things as well. And just a point to note as well, if you do go into the medical services, okay, you will have to do some form of service with the NHS, and NHS also will be still be in a military role. Okay, we've also got intelligence and communication roles. Okay, this is very, very big at the moment. Okay, as I'm probably sure you're also aware, and you may have seen on the news a few weeks ago, that the military is investing an awful lot of time and money into cyber engineering and cyber technology. Okay, as we see that as being the future way forward, and obviously something which we need to combat as well, obviously against our foes and enemies as well. Okay, another role is logistics and support roles. Okay, this is like the people who supply everything for us within the army, whether it be food, whether it be clothing. Okay, and also our military police services as well. We also have HR and finance, so it's human resources and finance. So they're like our own admin roles as well. And these are the boys and girls who kind of take care of our pay and obviously money as well, and obviously documentation. And we also have engineering. Okay, engineering is a massive part of the army. Okay, we have 3 different types of sectors for engineering. We have the main form of Royal Engineers, which do the construction side of life. We then have the automotive and aircraft engineering. Okay, and also the cyber engineering, okay, as part of the Royal Signals. And finally, another career path we have is music. Okay, so we have the musical and ceremonial roles. Okay, we have the Corps of Army musicians, okay, which is quite big. And again, they are looking for talented musicians, but they also do singing as well. So if you quite fancy yourself as being on the next pop idol or X Factor, then obviously we take those type of candidates as well. Okay. Okay, so that's me then. Okay, my name's Gary Stafford. You can see there. My career path in the army is a combat role. Okay, like I mentioned before, and I joined what we call the Royal Artillery. So my main career path is what we call gunner crewman. I've been in the army an awful long time. Too long to mention. But again, I've got a vast amount of experience of working with different parts of the army. So I've worked with the infantry, I've worked with logistics, I've worked with the signals, and those type of areas as well. Okay, again, it's very, very vast and a different type of career to what you would experience anywhere else. Okay, I've done a lot of traveling, a lot of operations, deployments, as well as doing what we call adventure training activities, going away skiing, rock climbing, hill walking, kayaking, those sort of things. An awful lot of sport as well. My main sport was football. Okay, I still like to try that now and again, but I'm a bit too old for it now. Cricket. Okay, boxing as well. And the Army's also given me the opportunity to do all my coaching qualifications in football training all the way to UEFA standard, as well as also doing adventure training qualifications as well. So instructor-led qualifications in that for hill walking and kayaking and canoeing as well. Okay. Okay, so then what we'll look at then is the routes into the Army. Okay, and we have 2 various different types of routes. Okay, we have soldier and we also have officer. Okay, each are determined vaguely by qualifications mainly and obviously different standards. Okay, so what we'll look at first then is on the left hand side of the screen you should see the soldier. Okay, these are classes of what we call a specialist. Okay, so these are people who get their hands on and do the job. Okay, for example, if you're an engineer in the army as a soldier, okay, you'll be doing all the work, all the kind of work, etc., and those type of things as well, and you get all the qualifications related to that. If you decide you want to join as an officer, then you're kind of like in a leadership role. Okay, and what we mean by that is you've got the necessary education. Potentially might have gone to university. You don't have to go to university to join as an officer, but we identify if you've got potential leadership skills and management skills as well. Okay, so therefore you'll be used in that particular area. Okay, and again, as an officer, you can go into the various different types of roles that soldiers do as well. Okay, but you won't get the hands-on experience, but you will be the master of all your supervisors over. Okay, but you have soldiers and senior NCOs and junior NCOs, okay, who are available to assist in getting the job done. Okay then, so the 2 routes we'll look at is basically introduced as an overview. Okay, if you look on the left hand side, you'll see the soldier route, and on the right hand side, you'll see the officer route. Okay, so there's a few different types of ways you can join the army. If you are a school leaver, and I appreciate you've kind of all left school and you're in further education, higher education. So if you just ignore the foundation college route on the far left hand side, what we'll look at initially is basic training. Okay, so if you decide to join as a soldier, okay, basically once you've completed all your assessment tests, etc. else, and interviews, you'll go into what we call basic training. Now, basic training is 14 weeks long for every single person who joins the army. Okay, and it's done around various different types of locations around the country. Okay, once you complete your 14 weeks basic training, which teaches you all the basic soldiering skills, you'll then go on to do what we call your initial trade training or your further training. This is where you start your apprenticeship for all intents and purposes. Okay, so if you're doing an engineering type role, for example, initially when you do your further training, you'll go to a place called Camberley, and then you'll move on to Chatham to do continue your apprenticeship. Now, your apprenticeship in the army kind of lasts for 3 to 4 years. Okay, depending on your qualifications, it will depend on the qualification level you join at the apprenticeship level at. Okay, so for example, if you've got good GCSEs, grade 5s and above, or A levels, etc., those type of things, then you'll be doing more than likely an MVQ level 3 apprenticeship scheme to start off with. Okay, slightly below, then obviously you start off at MVQ level 2, which is still fantastic. Again, a good thing you must remember is when you join the army, you go into basic training, you get paid. Okay, and by the time you start your further training and you start your apprenticeship, we're going to be paying you around about £20,000 a year. Okay, so the difference with our apprenticeship scheme is we're going to be paying you to do the apprenticeship rather than paying you around about £80 a week, as most civilian employers do with their young apprenticeships. Okay, we're going to pay you a full-time wage because you're already in a job. Okay, so we're now training you to do the job that you specified you want to do in the army. Okay, so that's the soldier route. If you look on the right-hand side of the path, you'll see the officer route. Okay, so there's a couple of routes you can go into. You could finish your sixth form education, get your A levels, and be cast as what we call a direct entry officer. So basically, go straight to Sandhurst after completing all necessary tests and assessments beforehand. Or you could go to university and become a graduate officer. Okay, so you go to university 3 to 4 years, get your degree, and then go to Sandhurst. Okay, so those are 2 routes you can go in. There's usually quite a lot of misconceptions that people think to become an officer in the British Army, you must have a degree and you must have gone to university. Okay, you don't have to. Okay, you just need to be aware that obviously there are certain standards that you must attain to when you join the army, and obviously when you're once you're actually in as an officer as well, which is pretty standard, there will be slight time constraints on you as well. Okay. Okay, so as you see on the screen there, okay, your basic training will last for 14 weeks, like I mentioned before, and then your further training, or your trade training apprenticeship, initially starts off at 12 weeks plus. But remember, your apprenticeship will last for time to about 3 to 4 years in total. Okay, and you will be assessed by civilian instructors and assessors as well will come in to make sure everything's okay. In terms of officer, okay, your Sandhurst training will last for 44 weeks, okay, unless you join as a professionally qualified officer, which we'll talk about later on in the process. Okay, so basically, those are the 2 differences mainly. Sandhurst training at officer level is an awful lot longer than what it is for your soldier training. Okay, apprenticeships then. As I mentioned before, we are probably the UK's biggest provider of apprenticeships, okay, in the UK, and last year we were voted number 1 in the UK. Okay, so that's obviously something worth knowing as well. And our apprenticeships cover over 50 different types of apprenticeship, whether it be engineering, communications, logistics, okay, or public services apprenticeships and those type of things as well. So we ask, basically we do a vast amount of apprenticeships training. Okay, a big question for everybody is how much will you get paid on an apprenticeship? Okay, so when you initially join the army for your basic training, okay, you're going to get paid around about just under £16,000 a year. Okay, now bear in mind your basic training lasts for 14 weeks. Once you reach week 26 of being in the army, okay, so when you complete your basic training, you start your 12 weeks into your further training, that then goes up to £20,400 a year. Okay, so like I said before, over £20,000 whilst you're on an apprenticeship. Okay, so it's pretty good. Okay, okay. Okay, soldier academic requirements then. Okay, if you want to join the combat stream, like I mentioned before, about the infantry, the Royal Artillery, Royal Armoured Corps, okay, we're going to Challenger 2 tanks. Okay, there's no academic qualifications required. However, okay, the more academic qualifications you have, okay, the more chances you're going to get again quicker promotion. Okay, which ultimately leads to more money, more responsibilities, and those type of things as well. If you want to go into some of our logistical trades or engineering roles, okay, then it's going to require a minimum of 2 to 3 GCSEs at grade 3 or above. Okay, so for example, if you want to be a vehicle mechanic in the British Army, part of the Royal Electromechanical Engineers, you're going to need English language, maths, and a science qualification at grade 3 or above. If you want to go into communication routes and those type of areas in the intelligence school, then you will need a requirement of 2 to 5 GCSEs at grade 4 or above. Okay, and those are the minimum requirements for what we're looking for those particular roles. That also goes along with your assessment grades, okay, and obviously what we call your psychometric testing grades as well. So again, it's all taken into consideration. If you want to become an officer, then you must have a minimum of A levels. Okay, and again, what we kind of work on there is of 72 UCAS points. Okay, so it's not a great deal. Okay, I think it works out as a grade 2 grade Bs and a grade C at A level standards. Okay. As it says there, officer academic requirements then 72 UCAS points, which is equivalent to 7 GCSEs grade 4 to 9, including maths, English language, science, or stroke foreign language. Or you could join as a professionally qualified individual. Okay, what we mean by that is if you want to become a doctor in the British Army, okay, you'll go away, do your medical qualification as normal. Okay, so get your doctor qualification or start at med school. And what we generally say is during year 2 at med school, you can then make an application for the forces. If you are successful with the assessment centres or the interviews process, etc., then for your final 3 years at university or med school, okay, the Ministry of Defence will pay you £10,000 a year, okay, to continue with your education and obviously get your medical degree. Okay, and on completion of that, okay, so after 5 years at med school, you're a qualified doctor. You'll then go to Sandhurst to do your officer training. Now, as a professionally qualified individual, you'll be doing around about 12 to 14 weeks training at Sandhurst, because all we're interested in is teaching the basic leadership skills in that particular field. Okay. Once you pass, once you completely successfully your professional officer qualification at Sandhurst, okay, we're then going to pay off your university fees, okay, from med school. So potentially, you know, you're going to be walking away with around about £75,000 already before you've actually done a day's work in the army as such, okay, as a doctor. Okay, so basically pay off your university fees. You've already pocketed £10,000 for the final 3 years of your qualification, so therefore 75 grand, and then plus we also then, okay, obviously pay you the relevant wages, what you would be expecting to be earning as a newly qualified doctor working for the NHS. Okay, and again, you will also, as well as being within the army doing different types of roles, again, you will be expected to do some form of work with the NHS in the normal hospitals around the UK as well. Okay, for example, if you were to be based in Birmingham, chances are you'll be working in Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Birmingham. Okay, so again, those are the type of things as well. Other good things you need to be considerate of as well, if you did go down the medical route, a lot of your extra qualifications will also be paid for by the Ministry of Defence. Now, when I was speaking to some newly qualified doctors previously, sometimes they have to pay for any additional qualifications they want to do, okay, or take a bursary for that as well. Okay, but again, the MOD or the Army in particular will help fund that qualification. You can then also look to specialise as well. So if you want to become a surgeon, the Army will assist you in those areas as well. Okay, so that's the officer academic qualifications. And like I say, we will take questions in a minute. Okay, so funding university then. Okay, the Ministry of Defence will assist you in funding your progress through university. And how we do that, okay, is as in 2 ways. Okay, so the Army can fund you through university before you join the Army in the form of bursary schemes and those type of things, or it is possible to study university after you join the Army, and all fees are paid for while getting a salary. For example, okay, if you wanted to become an environmental health practitioner in the British Army, okay, as part of the Royal Army Medical Corps, okay, you join the Army as normal. Okay, make sure you've got the relevant qualifications, and then part of your further training, your next 3 or 4 years studying in the Army, you'll be doing like a university qualification, again, a degree in environmental health practitioner. Okay, so those are sort of things potentially we can get. Another big favour is a student nurse role. Okay, so basically join the Army as a student, as a soldier initially, but going for the student nurse role. Okay, so you have to go through various different types of assessment. You complete your basic training. You then start your 3-year student nurse degree course at Birmingham City University. Okay, and like I say, all the good things, you're going to be at university, but you're also getting paid a full-time salary whilst at university. Okay, so for example, as a student nurse, when you first join to do basic training, as I mentioned before, you just under £16,000 a year. When you start at Birmingham City University, that then goes up to over £20,400 a year whilst you're studying for your degree. Obviously, you're going to get the lifestyle at university. We're going to give you accommodation. Okay, so that's all taken care of as well. So basically, everything is kind of all paid for whilst you're university. On completion of your student nursing degree, you then become you get promoted to corporal, or you may be given the option to become a nursing officer. Okay, so if you've done really well at university, you've done exceptionally well, and your standards are good, then you could take an officer role in that particular area as well. Okay, so it's all quite good stuff as well. And there is more information on the website in regard to bursaries and those type of things as well. Okay, and that just explains obviously about the process of apprenticeships, the degree, diplomas, BTECs, etc. Soldier level, officer level, and okay, obviously you mentioned about bursaries and scholarships whilst at university. But you can also, well, okay, if you did join as what we call a non-grad, you haven't been to university and got a degree, your 4 years service in the army, okay, as normal as an officer, will also lead to getting a degree qualification as well in the BSc or MSc in leadership qualifications. So potentially, if you join with a degree already, okay, you'll be leaving. Potentially, by the time you come to leave the army, you'll have 2 degrees. Okay, and that could go on even further, depending on how long you serve in the army as well. Okay, if you join the army as a soldier, we expect you to serve a minimum of 4 years. Okay, as an officer, it is pretty similar. Okay, but they are classed as what we call commissions. Okay, so normally it's like a short service commission, which is for 5 years, but you can extend beyond that as well if everything's okay. Okay, so that's kind of how we help out with obviously funding for bursaries and those type of things. Look on the left-hand side, in the soldier side of life, okay, the biggest bursary we give out is the medical and the musical roles. Okay, so if you're a budding musician, like I said before, potentially we could fund you through your musical studies and those type of things as well. Okay, the application journey, I know just seen a short film about obviously going into a careers office. At the moment, you make your application online. Okay, so you go onto the Army website, army.md.uk, okay, and you click on the link how to join, and then you fill in a basic requirement form on there. You do an online medical review. Okay, once that's all been given, you're clear and you're good to go. We then invite you to attend a careers discussion. At the moment, due to COVID, that will be done over the telephone or via Skype. Okay, whichever is easiest for the candidate. Ideally, okay, when things are back to normalish, okay, we will be inviting you to the office so we can conduct a careers discussion there. You'll then be given some more medical paperwork, which goes to your GP. Okay, your GP releases your medical documentation to the Army Medical Services, and then we assess you're fit enough and suitable enough to go to the assessment centre. Okay, the assessment centre is a 1-day assessment for soldier entry. If you're going for officer route, then it will be around about for 3 days at Westbury. Okay, but for soldier route, okay, it's 1 day at the Army Assessment Centre at Lichfield. Okay, on successful completion of that, we then look to give you a start date to start your basic training. Okay, on completion of your basic training, okay, you'll then go off to do your apprenticeship like we mentioned before. Okay. And I now realise I've just run out of time in a moment, so what we'll do is we'll just skip the next few slides. So has anybody got any questions at all?
Thank you for that, Gary. That was very informative. Let me just share my webcam. We'll see if there's any questions. We do have one question.
Yep.
Is it possible to get promoted to officer later on in a soldier role?
Yes. Yes, it is. So basically, if you've got the relevant qualifications and you join as a soldier, for example, you've done maybe 3 or 4 years service, now there's 2 options. You can either apply to become what we call basically to do officer training, okay, or if you're particularly good and that's been spotted by your superiors, i.e. senior NCOs and superior officers, then basically they can put the option to you as well. So for example, they may say, look, have you ever thought about going for your commission? If you say yes, you go through the normal officer selection board, and if successful, you then have to do 44-week Sanders training to become an officer.
Okay, great. Obviously with the army, it can be seen as quite a big career jump for some people. And I'm sure students who are considering this type of career would have a lot of questions. Would you be happy for them if any of them wanted to have an informal chat with yourself, maybe?
Yeah, sure. Like I say, please feel free to give us a call in the office anytime you want. And like I say, hopefully, we will be taking people back into the office for obviously face-to-faces, for chats and those sort of things as well, which is always good for people to come in maybe just before they start the application process. But like I say, if you want to, I can type our office telephone number in the chat box
Yeah,
in a
that
minute.
would be,
Okay.
and
But
then once they, I assume right now it'd be virtual, but in normal circumstances, they'd just go to the careers office and have a consultation with one of the soldiers.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, basically, like I say, at the moment it's virtual, so we're doing a lot of things over the telephone. But like I say, hopefully, we're come the end of June when hopefully a lot of restrictions have been lifted. We are planning to open fully, obviously to members of the public to come back in the office as normal for our normal office hours, and hopefully also go back into education establishments on a regular basis as well, and do obviously the necessary presentations, careers chats, and those type of things as well.
I know the army regularly does careers. I've been to a few virtual presentations where they go through all the roles. Have you got any of those upcoming that you could possibly share in the chat box? Because I know I went to one a couple of weeks ago.
Was that on one of the virtual careers fairs, or?
No, it was a separate virtual fair that the army created themselves.
Oh, okay.
And it went through all the roles that they had. So I was just wondering, is one of those happening again? Because that was obviously a lot more in depth than what it is today.
Yeah, okay. Basically, we do have Adobe sessions, and again, a lot of the information is on the website. What I'll do, Yasmin, I'll send you a link for it. And basically, what you do is you click on it, and it gives you all the dates and times of future presentations, whether it be engineering, communications, and all the different types of things as well.
Okay, great. Yeah, that would be helpful. Okay, then I think we might have one more question. I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Are there any taster days or sessions that the army provides?
Yeah, we do offer work experience courses as well, and they are due to start back up in July. So if you've got anybody, obviously that can be done through obviously the college or university and those type of things, and they can attend. You can send maybe 10 students up, and they normally stay with us then for like 3 to 4 days, and they run up at Stafford. So basically, we've got an outreach team up in Stafford, and they kind of work. They basically take the students there. And they kind of stay overnight and those sort of things as well, and do activities like the obstacle courses and team building activities and those sort of things.
For those students that possibly would want to do that, if they didn't have the financial means to be able to get to Stafford, is there any assistance for them to be able to take part in that?
Yeah. So basically, what we said, obviously, a lot of the colleges will obviously have funded minibuses and those sort of things to take them up there. But it is also possible if people are in the process of for the application process for the army as well. We will provide all the transport links and everything to get up there. So, for example, if they're in the application process, and that so far in the application process, we can then provide them to go down to what we call army awareness events. So basically, what happens is if there's interest in the engineering field, we'll arrange for them to go down and spend 3 days with the Royal Engineers or Royal Electromechanical Engineers, so they can see all the different types of jobs and roles what those boys and girls do as a full-time career. So yeah, it is possible. But again, with the taste days, if somebody's done the application, again, it is also possible for us to arrange that as well.
Okay, great. If you could send all that information to me on email, then I can promote that to students.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Thank you for your time, Gary. It has been recorded,
no
so students who couldn't attend will be able to watch it later on, and hopefully we can invite you soon.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to come into the establishment soon, all being well.
Hopefully one day. Thank you.
Yeah. No worries. Thanks very much, Jasmine. Take care. Thanks very much, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So we will have a little bit of a break now, and our next employer will be at 1:30. So if you want to come back at 1:30, we will have Careers in Sports, Urban, Sport for Life, Pure Gym, and the Enterprise Hive team and the marketing team. So I'll come back at 1:30, please. Thank you.
Wait for Yasmin to start recording. Yeah. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone who've just joined in, and especially good afternoon to Harvey from Careers in Sport. Thank you for joining. And without further ado, I'll pass it on, Harvey, to you. So you can just start talking about, what you guys have to offer.
No problem at all. Cool. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Great to be involved in this. I set up and launched Careers in Sport about 10 years ago now. And I'm delighted that there's actually a dedicated careers fair and opportunity in terms of promoting sport, because that was one of the reasons that I launched it. I've worked in education for, a number of years now, and a lot of young people want to work in sport, and yet trying to get into the industry is very difficult. So it was set up to try and help people like yourselves and get into something that you like to do. I'm saying that, I'm assuming you love sport, otherwise you're definitely at the wrong event. So with that in mind, the idea of trying to get a job in the industry is kind of the dream scenario. And if I can help in any way today, or the website can, or if I have questions later, then I hope more than delighted to. To give you an idea of the sports industry then, there's a workforce of about just under 500,000. SIMSPA have just released the latest workforce figures. But to give you an idea and the kind of competitive nature that's out there, then 50% of the workforce is part-time. A lot of them are micro companies. So by that we mean have less than 50 employees. So it's something to consider as well. And we'll look at that as well, because a lot of students start emailing Manchester United, Man City for work experience or jobs. Well, they're the companies that have received lots of emails, lots of requests, where the smaller grassroots clubs and smaller sports organisations, and they'd almost bite your hand off for work experience and opportunities, and to go for you to help them. As you can see, a number of you would have been doing GCSE, BTEC or A-level physical education. There's just under 200,000 students studying a sports degree, a sports qualification at that age, and then there's just under 100,000 of you studying a sports degree program. And you're one of those many that are on that program, which is great. But as you can see, even by those numbers, then there's a supply and demand issue that takes place. And so really it's about trying to do everything you possibly can to get into the industry that you want to get into. All right. So what can you do? Well, the first thing is to find out the kind of ideas that you're doing. You've made the first decision of choosing the degree program. You've also chosen an excellent university that have provided this event, for example, and have the employability. I've been involved in your careers department and communications for a number of months now. And for them to have a dedicated focus on sport is a lot more than a lot of universities. So that's something for you to be grateful for. But the fact that you're here and got involved in all these speeches and presentations means that you're helping towards your decision. The key thing is to find out, I suppose Careers in Sport was set up because there are a lot of options out there. And we'll look at some of those in more detail later on. But there are a lot of options, and there are certain things you could do in terms of making yourself the standout candidate for the job. But the key part is really finding out what's your interest, what you're good at, what you like doing. So with that in mind, there's obviously lots of decisions, but it's thinking about your values, your likes, your interests, your strengths and weaknesses. Sport is obviously a strong strength of yours, but we'll look at examples later on in terms of how you can use that and what you can do to promote your love of sport, but how that links into employment. Because as you'll know, the jobs market is very competitive at the moment. The sports job market has always been competitive, but at the moment it's even more so for obvious reasons. There are schemes out there, and 16 to 24-year-olds and schemes out there, and so there are opportunities via Kickstart and things there that I can answer if there are people interested later on. But there are opportunities developing specifically. The government are aware that it's not been an easy time for 16 to 24-year-olds. So with that, there are some schemes, some programs developing that could go. But the key thing is to really drive down what your values, your likes and your interests are, and then tailor that to the job. Okay. In terms of strengths for sport, are you the captain of the team? How can you demonstrate teamwork, leadership, communication skills? Any job, not just the sports industry, but actually any job. If you'll look at job descriptions, it will talk about being a team player, having good communication skills, making good decisions. Well, how can you demonstrate that they're your strengths? Are they your strengths? But more importantly, how can you demonstrate that they're the impact that you've got? Okay, so it's trying to match the two. The one thing you definitely shouldn't do is just cut and paste and send out 50 applications. It is a time-consuming role, but really spend time analysing that job description and looking at it and trying to match the two between what you're doing and what they're after. Okay, because it does help. Some employers, for example, don't even look at letters of application. They allow the computer to do it, and it matches up the keywords in the job description to the keywords in the letter of application. So there are lots of ways that employers are using, but it's very important so you match that criteria. So in terms of the sports industry, well, Careers in Sport was set up and we wanted to promote. A lot of people just think it's PE teaching, football coaching and things like that. So we wanted to highlight the diverse careers that are out there. And with that, who better to find out what it's like to be a sports physio than a sports physio? Who better to find out how to get a job in sport as a sports journalist than a sports journalist? So we contacted sports journalists, we contacted the FA, we contacted the Youth Sport Trust, we contacted football clubs, and they provided career profiles, news articles, just a kind of insight into what their job was and what it was required, and more importantly, helping you get in there, how they got there, because you don't just leave university and get this £80,000 job working for Manchester City, for example, football club. A lot of people have started, not necessarily at the bottom, but in a role that perhaps isn't their dream job, but it's a foot on the ladder. And so it's just worthwhile trying to find advice from them, hear about their journey and go through it. So in terms of the different areas, well, teaching and coaching is very, very popular. And while there's lots of people on a sports coaching degree, the competitive nature of these positions, it's worth thinking about because there's lots of part-time jobs. People need children's coaches after school, weekends, evenings. But the reality is not many sports coaches require 10:30 on a Tuesday morning, for example. But people are paid full-time to coach football, swimming, skiing. So there are opportunities, but as I said before, it can be competitive. So it's about making sure that you're the strongest candidate for it. If we take sports coaching, for example, there's another step in terms of, well, who do you want to coach? Probably not the most example, put Mourinho, based on his current situation, but clearly he has built up a very strong career over the last 15, 20 years. But you might not be aware how he started. The late, great Sir Bobby Robson, who took England to the World Cup semi-final. Mourinho was an interpreter at Barcelona, but Bobby Robson was manager at Barcelona and didn't speak any Spanish. And yet Mourinho was there, spoke English and Spanish and did a little bit of coaching and helped Sir Bobby Robson out. And obviously create a good reputation in terms of being on the sports field, helping out, and developed his coaching at an elite level. He obviously then from there went to Porto, won the Champions League, moved on to Chelsea, and the rest is history. If we take football, for example, my 3-year-old son has a football coach. My 9-year-old has a coach. Some of you playing football on this chat, you'll have a coach. And my dad, bless him, got involved in the community program and health football, and so has a coach supported him involved in that. Okay, so even within football, there's various ages and levels that you can get involved in. Okay, but often people think it's just the elite level, and what you have to try and do is the example is pick up opportunities, gain experience wherever you possibly can. Okay, I just want to stop for a moment and think, if you have an opportunity to put in the chat room kind of 3 words that describe your best coach or teacher, for example, and we'll use this as an example first. So 1 or 2 or 3 words. Who's your best coach? Don't need names. But who is it and why? What did they do? What kind of characteristics did they have? And let's just see those type of characteristics, because it's a useful exercise that you can take with you. Good. So we've got inspiring, fun, knowledgeable. Good. Thanks, Chris. Any others? Good. Goal-orientated, enthusiastic, motivator, caring, aspirational. A role model. Good. Okay. So there's lots out there. Now, keep typing away, but the key thing to look at, know you're on a degree program, but there's no online course in how to be fun, right? You wouldn't, none of your modules would have been about being inspiring. To be enthusiastic. You can't get one of your degree modules isn't on about enthusiasm. You can't get a 2-hour online course on enthusiasm and suddenly get this certificate of I'm an enthusiastic person. You've either got it or you're not. But the key thing is, a lot of these attributes are things you have already. You know, what makes a good coach? It's about being inspiring, fun, knowledgeable, enthusiastic, all right, caring, a motivator, all words that you don't need qualifications in, they're just characteristics, they're personality traits. And so if you, for example, want to be a sports coach, then yes, the qualifications are good and they help, and obviously that links into knowledgeable, but more important, or just as important, are the other side. You could be as knowledgeable as you like, but if you're not inspiring, if you're not fun, if you're not a motivator, if you're not caring, if you're not supportive, then the reality is you're not a very good sports coach. Okay? Now, they take time, whether it's, you know, enthusiasm, for example, is difficult. I've been involved, and it's difficult because you're nervous, you want to get involved in front of a group and you're worried that they behave. But that enthusiasm comes with confidence, but also experience. So just get as much experience as you can, because that does help you become more relaxed, more enthusiastic, as well as knowledgeable. We talked about qualifications, but knowledge can come from a lot of different sources. It doesn't have to be from a level 1 course. The internet, you would have gained a lot of knowledge from today and all the talks. Well, there's you accessing and being proactive and picking up things so you can gain knowledge. The internet is a wash of resources. Twitter, for example, if we're talking about football coaching, there's hundreds of football coaches on there giving away free resources, giving away ideas. So you don't, yes, the qualification and paying £150, but for example, the FA have just launched the Playmaker, a 4 or 5 hour online module that's free. All right, so there's a free online course. There's a number of online courses available. Okay, but knowledge can come from the internet and things there. Quickly then, in terms of other areas and health and fitness, and a number of you will be in the gym and can see these operations. But again, I suppose a key message would be as many strings to your bow as possible. If you want to work in football, for example, well, if we take through a non-league football club, we take Nuneaton Town, for example, near to Birmingham. We take Birmingham City Football Club, and then we take Aston Villa. There's kind of three kind of levels there. Sorry, Birmingham fans and to the Villa fans, but they are currently Premier League. But if we take Nuneaton, they don't have a huge budget, so they need someone that can come in and perhaps do a little bit of nutrition, a little bit of performance analysis, a little bit of marketing. Okay, and obviously if you do well there, you can get the job, and I've done well with Nuneaton, then you get the next step towards Birmingham and you can do well there. So while you might not be interested in health and fitness as a career, there might be things with regards personal training, spin, being involved in yoga, understanding what yoga is, because there's plenty of elite footballers, for example, that use Pilates and yoga to support their training. Okay? But if we take personal trainer, for example, it's the same as the sports coach. Yeah, enthusiasm, motivation, lots required in terms of being successful there. Sports and exercise science, extremely competitive and things to get involved in. But again, you'll be aware of those. But if I give you the person that was best man at my wedding is a sports physiotherapist for Glasgow Rangers Football Club, or was involved there until recently. And if I go back after finishing his 3 years as a physio, he was very close. He applied for lots of jobs. He got a 2-2, and he applied for lots of jobs and wasn't getting interviews. So go back 8 years, and he rings me up after 6 months and says, Harvey, I don't think I can get a job. I'm going to have to look for another option. Now, bearing in mind where he was recently and working in high performance elite sport, he was fortunate enough that through a contact and networking, and again, that's really important. So if you've been really good and professional with your lecturers, I know they have contacts and they'd be able to help you out. And the sports network is big, but also very close knit as well. And there's people that can certainly help you within that network and try and give you a foot onto the ladder. Anyway, my friend got an interview in a private clinic, and he got the job. Now, first interview, he got the job not because previously he was being rejected because they were looking at his application and seeing a 2-2, but actually what makes a good physio. For those of you who have been injured before, you're not the happiest person when you're injured, and so a physio needs to be able to support you, encouraging, motivating, all those things you mentioned about a sports coach. Yes, of course, knowledge and all that. But the reality is all of you on this listening here have got knowledge, have got the degree, okay? So it's about what can set you aside. And often it's those other attributes that can set you aside, okay? And anyway, so he got the job and he did exceptionally well. Anyway, the job came up at Man U, physiotherapy. He couldn't apply because it said on the job description, 5 years football experience. And he hadn't got any, he's in a private clinic. Anyway, so he contacted his local semi-amateur club and said, look, I want to work in football. Can I do some experience? I'm a physio. Can I support your training on Thursdays and matches? So he did that for 2 years. Anyway, a job then came up at Kilmarnock Academy, and he got the job. And the way it works is that people from the first team move on. He goes up to the first team, and that's how things work. So while he ended up in elite sport, it started off by one, a contact and network, but two, his positivity, his communication skills, and then being exceptionally good at his job which meant he got into the area that he wanted to be. Okay, so there's lots of opportunities and examples out there, and things that you could do. It's very difficult in this short amount of time to go through specific jobs, but I'm more than happy to answer questions or to speak to you via email at another time via the Careers in Sport website if needed. Okay. The other side is the business side. You take just a football club, for example. Fans are coming back. Well, every seat, depending on the level of that they're playing, is £10, £50. So trying to get bums on seats is imperative. But within that, the commercial side of it, whether it's sponsorships, if you support a football team, a sports team, you'll follow them on Twitter, social media, keeping up to date. Well, they're paying people to be on social media, post to the social media and keep engagement. So there's lots within the sports business role and trying to get involved. Now, you take the smaller national governing bodies, for example, they don't have a huge budget. And as I said earlier, they'd snap your hand off to try and help them and gain experience. I was at a football club earlier this week, and they've got someone on the Kickstart scheme for 6 months. Well, there's 6 months work experience, of course, paid. But again, if nothing else, with work experience and volunteering, being involved, you've got impact. You've got something that says what you've achieved. And I'm going to focus on that now. Because with your applications, you've got to think outside. There's key messages, and the one would be think outside the box. You love sport, all right? And so, for example, you'll be training 3, 4, 5, sometimes 7 days a week. So I often say to sports students, okay, you're not getting paid, but you are committing to 5 days a week of training. You're not paid, you're committed, come rain or shine. You turn up on time. What are you doing when you're at training? You're listening to the coach, the manager. What are you doing with that information? You're acting on it, you're getting better. And then you've got, whether it's a team sport, you're supporting your teammates. Well, okay, let's think outside the box here. You're committed, you're punctual, you listen to advice, you act on that advice, and with that advice, your performance gets better. Is that someone I want in my team, in my office, working for me? Absolutely, right? I want someone committed, punctual. I want someone enthusiastic who's willing to listen to advice, but has a bit of common sense, can get involved, but is proactive and can get in there. So sometimes it's been difficult. Certainly with the pandemic, getting work experience has been impossible. But what have you done? Have you grabbed all the online resources available? Or have you sat down and watched as many box sets as you possibly can? What have you done that's different, that you didn't have to do, that you've been proactive to support your application? So while you can't get face-to-face, it's actually a better opportunity to highlight what you could do. I often talk about the Prove It t-shirt. It is so easy. And this is what lots of applications do. This job description says I need good communication skills. Right, let's write that down. I have got very good communication skills, full stop, and then move on. Oh, it says I need to be a team player. Right, let's write that down. I'm a team player, okay? And so you get into there. You've got to prove it. How do you know you've got good communication skills? What impact have you had to get involved, okay? So there's lots there. But the Prove It t-shirt is a key one. Promote, don't write it. Prove it by showing attributes that you've got. The other example is social media. Obviously, there's negative news at the moment, and I'm sure no one on this is posting negative comments and things like that. And I haven't got time now to talk about stories, but they do look at your social media account. Now, if you don't want them to, of course, you can turn it private. But if they are using this as a kind of recruitment drive and to have a look, well, use it to your advantage. If you want to be a football coach, create the football coach profile, show them that for ages you've been following, posting, updating, become the football coach. So when they find your Twitter, if they're going to look at you on Twitter or Facebook, they see someone that really, really wants to be a football coach or really wants to work in sports business. Show them, because, as I said earlier, there's hundreds of football coaches out there getting involved, but there's hundreds of physios, sports business people, any profession, they're all out there providing advice. And that really does highlight to you what's to them and to you. It helps you network, but also it helps them to show that you really do want to and prove that you want to work in that industry. So to finish off then, my kind of top tips, social media is fantastic. Use it wisely, do well. Subscribe to relevant newsletters, the terminology. If you want to be a PE teacher, then using the terminology that comes out, finding the latest developments that are going on. Who do you respect? Who's willing to tell you the truth and help out and really give you your strengths and weaknesses? Develop your range of skills and highlight what you've got. Okay. Find the job. I was at delivering a workshop last week. Someone wanted to be a criminologist. Now, so I found a job in criminology and showed her and said, look, have a look at this job description. That's how my friend ended up as a sports physio, because he found the Man U one and said, I need 5 years in football. So he got some football experience. Find that job now. Don't wait until you start applying for jobs, okay? Your degree, hopefully lots of you have been doing things throughout your time on the degree and not thinking just, I leave in a few months or a month, right, I better start doing some things. Key thing is remember what you've done. Even being on this conference today shows you don't have to be here. It's not compulsory. You've made that decision. You've been proactive. You've reached out and listened to people willing to give advice. That's part of it. That can be part of your story. I came to this event. I heard this. I actioned that point. I actioned these points. And then here I am for the job interview. It's a nice story to tell them. Okay. But the key thing would be gain knowledge, qualifications, but be really proactive. Okay. Are there any questions? I can see one. What was your first role in the sports industry? So the nice thing is, the key thing is I've had many roles. So it shouldn't be this major, massive decision. The reality is the research shows we have 4 or 5 different roles in on average per person. My first role was PE teaching. It turned out my degree was PE and it had a qualified teacher status, and we were all in our first year going, well, I don't want to be a PE teacher, but I ended up going into it. But football was certainly my passion, and I wanted to get into football coaching, and I tried lots to get into there. And but I also did a master's in sports psychology and wanted to become a sports psychologist. But I kind of found I kept hitting brick walls and finding out the hard way of what I needed for jobs. And that's how really careers in sport originated, to stop you hitting brick walls. So my key thing, every time I speak to young people, it's like, what do you want from a job? And obviously money comes up first, but thankfully enjoyment comes up, where for me, I knew I couldn't sit in an office 9 to 5 in front of a computer. Even now, I can't do it. I don't want to do it. So an office job, it's about your strengths. I love being outside. I like working with children. I had lots of young cousins growing up. It goes back to that first point about your strengths and weaknesses and your kind of personality. So it's about knowing what you don't want just as much as what you do want, and trying to find jobs that meet that criteria. Any more questions? Students sometimes think they need to be experts once they have achieved their degree. What fears did you have? You certainly don't need to be experts. You need to be enthusiastic and willing to learn and feel as if, you take PE teachers, for example, training PE teachers. There's kind of 2 messages. I'd say, one, you're not at the bottom of the ladder. I always tell the trainees, it's only recently you were at school, so you've got a fantastic opportunity of knowing the lessons you loved and didn't love. You're enthusiastic, innovative. Use all that to your strengths. All right. So while you might not, they come in thinking they're beginners, but actually it's highlighting the strengths that they already have. They're on the program because they want to be teachers. They're young, enthusiastic. There are plenty of teachers later in years that are equally as enthusiastic, but they're in it because they're very good at their job. Okay, so what fears did I have when leaving core? For me, it's always about wanting to be respected and good at what I do. All right. Even now, if this 30 minutes has been an absolute waste of time for all of you, then that would disappoint me, and that's a fear. It's like, okay, well, what have I done wrong? What do I need to do? It's trying to get better. Every lesson I teach, any presentation, now assessing what goes well and what doesn't is still important, equally as important to me now as it was on my first day of my first job. So I think probably having that mindset has helped me get the relative success that I've had and achievement. So yeah, I'd say that really. Bro, I'm conscious of time, but if there's any more questions.
No worries. Thank you. I think there was another question actually. I don't know whether you've answered it. What was your first role in the sports industry and how did it meet your expectations?
Yeah, so my first role was PE teacher, but if I go back a step further, and when I was 15, I was working at Sainsbury's and did all that through. But now it's about some of you, I meet lots of people that work at McDonald's. They don't want to work at McDonald's for the rest of their career, but actually it's about linking the two. You want to be a sports coach, but you work at McDonald's. Well, you're dealing with customers, you're dealing communication skills, work ethic, extremely good at McDonald's because the pressure of getting things out quickly. So it's linking the two. But so job-wise, it's been varied. But my first role after leaving university was PE teaching. But that's linked to really because my degree was QTS.
Interesting. Thank you. Thank you very much. Is any more questions, guys? Any more questions for Harvey? No? Yeah, that's it, Harvey, then from us. Thank you very much for your time and for the presentation. It's really insightful and very informative. So thank you for all of your time. And if you can just add your email address to the public chat for us, if there's any questions. If students think of any questions afterwards, they can always ask if that's okay with you. But other than that, no, thank you very much. And hopefully we get to work with you collaboratively in the near future as well.
Yeah, no problem. If you've got any questions or need any help, just drop us an email. I've just put it in the chat. The jobs board is up there. We put in jobs. So I know there's been we've posted 4 new jobs with the LTA and everything today. So have a look on there and we keep that updated.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No problem. Good luck, everyone.
Hi everyone, our next speaker will now be Paula from Urban. Paula, is your microphone on? I'll make you presenter.
Yeah, I think I've just unmuted myself. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. I'll hand it over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time to come along today. And thank you to University College Birmingham for inviting us to take part. My name is Paula. I am the Supply Acquisition Manager at Urban. Over the next kind of 15-20 minutes or so, we're going to go through the agenda you see here. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about who Urban are. And what the benefits are of partnering with us. You can partner with us both whilst you're studying and when you've graduated. So it's a good kind of all-round option. We'll talk a little bit about what our application and onboarding process looks like, how you stay safe in the new normal in this kind of pandemic time that we're living. I'll talk a little bit about how you will receive bookings and how you become an urban hero, which is what we call the people who partner with us. So just to give you a sense of who Urban are. So on a high level, Urban are an app and a website that is designed to make it easy for over 1,000 self-employed professionals to earn on their terms. So we connect self-employed professionals with customers in the UK and France offering wellness treatments, and that covers a whole host of specialities, from massage to osteopathy and physiotherapy to fitness to nutrition to beauty. Within Birmingham, we are currently only offering massage, but obviously if you are from another city, so we also operate in London and Manchester as well, and we offer a few more services there. And essentially, our system allows you to offer these services whilst you are, you know, as a self-employed professional, but we take care of all the scary bits, you know, so the marketing, how you get clients, the scheduling, and the payments. So I'll go into a little bit more detail now about what the benefits of partnering with Urban are. So first up, partnering with Urban, you are a self-employed professional. That means you get to choose your own hours, you get to work kind of when and where you want. But that can be quite scary starting out. You know, you've got concerns about, you know, who do I turn to if I need help? And, you know, what if I get ill? And basically Urban is here to kind of support you with all of those concerns. So first up, you've got support 7 days a week. So we have a dedicated customer support team, and they're on hand to help you with any concerns or queries that you have. We're also fully flexible, so there's no minimum or maximum number of hours per week. So let's say, for example, you are currently still studying and you kind of want to work around exam time, then that's completely fine. If it's maybe the summer and you're happy to add a few more hours, that's completely fine too. Then once you go on to become, you know, to achieve your qualification and you have another job and you just want this to kind of build up earnings depending on the time of year, then that's completely fine too. With Urban, you get to keep 75% of the total treatment cost plus tips. I'll go into earnings in a little bit more detail a little bit later on, just so you can kind of see what you can kind of earn in the Birmingham area. And we also make sure that you are being put out there. So we cover the marketing side of things. So we'll, you know, consistently run promos and marketing campaigns to make sure you're constantly getting those clients, so that you can keep those earnings. And also, it's not uncommon for clients to tip their therapists. So you can also earn, you know, tips in addition to 75% of the booking cost. And lastly, technology. So I'll go into a little bit more detail in a little bit later about how you actually receive a booking. But just to give you a sense, we develop all the technology to use ourselves. So we're constantly evolving that technology, taking feedback on board from the people who partner with us to make it a little bit easier for them to earn more money and to get as many bookings as they can. So that's in a wider sense the benefits of partnering with Urban. You get the benefit of, you know, being flexible and being self-employed, but there is a company behind you to support you as well. So what qualifications do you need to partner with Urban? So like I mentioned, in the Birmingham area, we currently offer massage therapy. In London, we also offer, you know, physiotherapy, osteopathy, if you're in those areas. And we also offer things like PT fitness services as well. But for the Birmingham area, which is what I'll focus on today, once you are qualified to a level 3 national level in sports massage, you can offer signature massage, deep tissue massage, and sports massage. Generally, within a sports therapy degree, you are qualified to the level 3 standard national requirement by the end of your first year. Now, obviously, you won't get a certificate necessarily. So generally what we can accept there is a letter from your course director or your lecturer, just confirming that you are qualified to that national level 3 in sports massage. And generally people who are qualified to that level, they tend to start out with us offering deep tissue massage or sports massage. If you're super comfortable with massage and you are able to kind of do a relaxing treatment, you're more than welcome to offer the signature, the energizing and the relaxing. But generally, people who are doing sports therapy degrees are a bit more kind of sports deep tissue focused, and that's completely fine. Once you are finished your degree and you have obtained your BSc in sports therapy, you can then offer an additional service which is called injury pain management. That's essentially soft tissue therapy. and that's more focused towards, you know, specific injuries that people need treating in perhaps a more localized area. But yeah, generally once you're finished your first year, you can offer deep tissue and sports. So you can work with us whilst you're still in uni, and you can work with us, you know, evenings, weekends, summertime, whatever is easiest for you. And then once you have obtained your full degree, you can also offer soft tissue therapy, and you can work with us either full-time or part-time, completely up to you. So how much can you earn with Urban? So this presentation, I think, is being shared, and there's a link for a full breakdown of fees. But just to give you a sense of what you can earn. So in the Birmingham area, you can earn up to £36 for a 60-minute treatment. And if you offer injury and pain management, you can earn up to £40 for a 60-minute treatment. So the reason I say up to is because we operate on a peak off-peak basis. So for example, if someone books, you know, early on a Monday morning, that's a little bit cheaper than a, you know, Sunday evening treatment, because that's obviously in the evening and at the weekend. So you get paid a premium if you work like evenings and weekends. We also offer 90-minute treatments and 2-hour treatments. So those are obviously scaled up as well. But just to give you an idea of what you can expect, if you did one 60-minute treatment with us, that would be £36. It's also not uncommon for our clients to tip their therapists. So like an extra £5 or £10 there as well. And that all adds up pretty quickly. We also generally run what we call incentives for busy weekends. So like, let's say, for example, it's a bank holiday weekend. If you're working a bank holiday Monday, we might throw an extra £2 or £3 onto the booking as well. So yeah, you can earn quite a good rate, that makes a big difference, especially during term time, to kind of top you up if you are looking for an additional earning stream. So where can you work? So Urban is mobile massage, which is another great thing as a student. You know, you don't need your own space. I'm sure a lot of you don't have very much space. But yeah, if you are interested in working with Urban, it's mobile massage therapy. So you travel around, you go to the client, and that will be either, you know, in their home. In some cases, it might be in an office. It might be in a hotel if someone is traveling on business. It really depends, but you get to choose the areas that you're happy to work in. So what you can essentially say is, I'm happy to work in this general area, and no one can book me outside of that. You can also change that, so it's not set in stone. So from when you join us, if that changes for any reason, you can adapt your service areas. You can also mix it up. So let's say, for example, you're happy to work in certain areas in the evenings during the week, and maybe at the weekend you're happy to go a bit further. You can have a weekday area and a weekend area as well. So you can kind of mix it up a little bit based on what your own calendar and what your own demand looks like. And lastly, this particular map is all grey. If you are working with us and you are an active therapist, this map will actually color in based on the specific treatments that you offer. So let's say you are a sports massage therapist, this map will fill in and show you which areas are the busiest, so you kind of know how you can make the most of your time, and kind of get a sense of where most of the bookings are. So that's what I meant earlier about, you know, all the technology is developed by us. This is consistently things that we're doing to make it a bit easier for people to kind of get an understanding of how they can make the most money and how they can make the most of their time. So I've talked a lot about these bookings that you're going to get. So you probably want an understanding of where those bookings come from, how do you get them, and, you know, how do you know where to go? So with Urban, there is an app called Urban Hero. With that app, as a therapist with us, you will have a calendar like you see on the left. You tap into a particular day, and then like in the middle, you'll see a breakdown of the hours of the day. You just select what hours you want to be available, and then someone can book you. At all stages, we try and allow you to make the smartest decisions based on what time you're available. So we'll also let you know when it's busy, when it's super busy, or when it's just kind of normal booking times. So you can kind of get a sense of when it's busiest. If you look at the calendar there, you'll see kind of from 9:30 onwards, it starts to get busy. So maybe if you're someone who only wanted to work from like 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., you might think that it might be worth your while putting in an extra hour there just to get a bit more demand. So it's as simple as that. You add the availability into your diary, you show it's available, and then if someone books you, you get a notification through to your phone. It'll tell you where it is, who the client is, if it's the first time they've booked. If they've booked before, it'll tell you, you know, what kind of treatments they've had and things like that. And then you make your way there. You're also able to instant message the client beforehand. So maybe if you're running late, struggling to find parking, if they've maybe left you a note that says that they have a particular condition and maybe you want a bit more information, you can chat back and forth with them beforehand. So what do you actually need to bring to bookings? I've mentioned a couple of times that it is mobile massage therapy. So just to give you a sense of how easy it is, because mobile massage therapy can be quite daunting to a lot of people, all you need to bring with you is your portable table, your oils, and your PPE. It used to be just table and oils, but unfortunately at this point in time, PPE is also a requirement. So it's super easy. You don't have to bring any towels with you or anything like that. That's one of the big ones people often worry about. The client provides the towels. You just bring your table, you bring your oils, you bring your now PPE, and then you're basically ready to go. There's a couple of things in there that are also nice to have, which I also just make recommendations to people getting started out. Things like a table trolley is quite nice. You can get little aluminium tables, aluminium table trolleys that are quite lightweight. You can just pull your table behind you. They're a little bit more, a little bit sturdier than the pitch side table trolleys that you see. Like they're built with the aim of traveling on roads and footpaths and being put in and out of cars and things like that. But it just makes your life a little bit easier because, you know, you never know if you might be parked 5 or 10 minutes walk away from where someone is. It makes your life a little bit easier. A table bag is also a good idea if you are mobile in any way, because it saves your table, you know, being scuffed and hitting off walls or things like that that might damage it, because the table is quite a big investment when you're getting started out, and it is the main tool of your trade. So it's good to protect it, to keep it safe, because it is an investment that you have made to make your life a little bit easier. And then just in terms of making your life a little bit easier, if you are on the go, things that are good to bring with you are a charger pack, a spare t-shirt, deodorant, bottled water, and rain jacket. And that is for a couple of reasons. Charger pack, because a lot of what we do is based on technology. So you're going to be using an app and you're going to be using mapping features. So you don't want your phone to go dead, because it's the one way you can contact your client if anything goes wrong, or you can contact Urban if anything goes wrong. Summertime, spare t-shirt is a good call. You never know how hot the UK is going to be. So it's best to just bring a spare t-shirt just in case you spill oil or anything on yourself, or you get a bit smelly, you know, doing a hardcore deep tissue treatment. Bring some deodorant as well, some bottled water, and again, UK weather is super unpredictable. Just bring a rain jacket with you so you're prepared. So staying safe in the new normal. So at this point in time, we've still got various different COVID checks in place to make sure our therapists are safe, to make sure our clients are safe, and just to make everyone feel as at ease as we can. So at the moment, there is a PPE requirement for all therapists. So you have to provide basic things that you'll all know yourselves, you know, a face mask, a visor, couch roll for your table, disinfectant wipes, hand sanitizer, you know, nothing that we're not all using really regularly right now anyways. But what we didn't want to happen was people to take home less money at the end of their treatments because they were being safe and they were following the guidelines. So for as long as PPE is going to be a requirement, there's an additional £2 added on to every booking that you carry out, so that the client is covering the cost of the PPE that you have to provide. So I mentioned earlier that it was, I think, £36 an hour. Right now, there's an additional £2 on top of that, so it's 38, just to make sure that, you know, being safe and following the guidelines isn't leaving you out of pocket in any way. We also do an additional hygiene training before you are allowed to go and see clients. Not every client, just the first time. And what that just does is a reiteration of the real basics, you know, how to sanitize your equipment, how to, you know, wash your hands correctly, how to, you know, use your PPE. It's a real reiteration of the basics, but it's just a good idea to make sure everyone's following best practices. Right now, all clients must wear masks while you are in their home. There are, of course, medical exemptions to that, the same as there is on public transport. And we also do a communication with the client before and after the treatment, just to verify if they have had any symptoms or if they have been in contact with an infected person. So how do you become an urban hero? An urban hero is what we call our therapist. It's a super simple process. You can do it from your, like literally from your room over the course of 2 or 3 days. It's very low effort on your part. You just head to hero.urban.co. You enter your name, your phone number, your email, and then you click through to upload your certificate. So like I said, maybe you already have, you know, your ITEC level 3 in massage. If so, that's great. If your massage training is as part of your course, like I mentioned, just get your lecturer or your course director to write you up a letter saying that you are qualified to the national level 3 standard, and we can accept that. You'll then undergo an online assessment process, whereby we'll run you through a series of theory tests to just gauge your knowledge. And if that's all signed off by us as acceptable, we'll start creating a profile with you, and you'll have a little profile go up on our app. We'll then ask you to upload your right to work documents, which just show your right to work in the UK. That's generally just like a UK or EU passport or an EU identity card. And we'll also ask you to have a call with us just to, you know, see on a video that you are the person who is in the passport photo or in the EU identity photo. Lastly, we'll ask you to submit some final documents, a clear DBS check, an insurance policy, and proof of PPE. If you don't have a DBS check or an insurance policy, don't worry about that. We can help you get those. Like, feel free to start the process in advance. We'll run you through those later. And then lastly, you just put your hours in the diary and you are ready to take bookings. So it's a super simple process. Depending on the day of the week you start, if you started on a Monday, you'll be finished by the Friday. Super easy. And then you basically have the option to start seeing clients whenever is convenient for you. And I mentioned that there is a assessment just to give you an idea of what to expect. For signature massage, deep tissue, and sports, it's an online theory test. For injury pain management, which I mentioned is our soft tissue therapy, there's also a video upload requirement where we'll give you a scenario of a person with a specific injury, and we'll ask you to show us how you would treat them and the advice and the exercises that you would give them. Okay, I am going to stop there. I kind of tried to fly through it there towards the end to give me time for questions. Does anybody have any questions? It's been at quite a high level, so please just feel free to write any questions into the box, and I'll be happy to address them.
Thank you, Paula. That was very insightful. I'm just going to put my webcam on. I don't think we have any questions in the group chat.
All right, no problem at all. We are available, like I mentioned, 7 days a week. Our email address is there, but I'll also pop it into the chat box as well. So if you do have any questions, just info@urban.co, or if you're interested in applying, hero.urban.co. I'll pop them both into the chat box. And yeah, if there's any questions afterwards or anything like that, just feel free to reach out to us and we'll be happy to address.
Thank you, Paula. That's great. It has been recorded, so if any students were unable to attend, then they'll be able to watch it back later down the line.
Great. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, everyone, our next employer will be Craig from Sport for Life. And on his behalf, Jenny will be presenting. I will just upload the presentation and then we can start. I think Jenny is in the chat box. Jenny, if you'd like to start. Oh, I think her microphone's gone off. Just give her a couple of minutes for her to put it back on.
Brilliant. Okay. Right.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Okay, hello everybody. Hopefully you can all hear me well now. Thank you so much for being part of this amazing opportunity. What I want to discuss with you today is a little bit more about what we have to offer at Sport for Life. So I'm Jenny, I'm the mentoring team manager, and my colleague Craig undertakes sports and training within Sport for Life. Birmingham-based organisation, we are a charity that currently resides within the Digbeth area, but we cover Birmingham as a general rule and wider backcountry on top of that. We work with young people from the age of 11 to 29, and we provide a variety of things, one of those being sports, as our name suggests. On top of that, we offer a lot more. So working at Sport for Life is one of the ways that we can offer support for young people, whatever age they might be. If you are interested in a career within sports, qualification within activities, those can be quite wide across the remit, and not necessarily sports alone. Or if you're looking for a mentor to help you because you're not sure what you want to do, then at Sport for Life, we can be there to help and provide that for you. Our impact across Birmingham has actually been very positive, even with the lockdown. We've been able to help young people get their own laptops. We've supported people who haven't been able to even get credit on their phones. We also help with young people engaging into what they want for a career. So, for example, they're looking to become a childcarer or a nurse. If they're looking to become a plumber or an engineer, we have been able to support them getting those qualifications, getting work experience, and actually getting a job. Our delivery model is that you can actually go onto our site directly. You go to the referral page, and from that page, you can put in what support you want. So if you want to play basketball, do boxing, or football, you can actually state that that's what you would like support with. If you want a job and you want support with CV writing, getting your qualifications, doing mock interviews with the like of UEFA or some other Birmingham-based organisations, we can help you with that. We then provide you with a mentor so that you can have ongoing support with people who understand what you might need and require. We then take you through an intake assessment, make sure that you're happy with the progression plan that we want you to undertake, and then we work with you up to a year, if not more, to get the job and qualification that you're after. Our training team, this picture was taken in the middle of November when it was very wet and miserable, but we still had people attend sports-based activities outside. So this is a small group of socially distanced young people with one of our mentors there, Adam. We have a variety of different activities taking place throughout the year. And we currently have an amazing workshop, employability workshop, right now at Edgbaston Cricket Ground with guaranteed interviews at the end of the actual opportunity. We work with you, whether that is to support you on your CV, on your application, and into what job you're looking for. We help you decide what sort of career you want. Sometimes you don't know, or you haven't decided, or you can't make up your mind. Or you know what you'd like to do, but you don't know which route you need to take, the best route for you. And that's where our mentors come into their own. They can help support you with making sure that not only do you have support with the actual job that you're after, how to get there, what qualifications you need, and even if there are special opportunities for you. For example, we're working with a Birmingham-based university that does not need certain A-levels in order for you to get onto their university degree. They will actually help you get the right qualifications to get a foundation course and access into the university in order to get your degree. In addition to that, they say we work with young people from the age of 11 right through. So sometimes young people don't know where to go. They don't know what to do in the school holidays. We offer summer, spring and autumn holiday sessions to both young people under the age of 18 and those under the age of 30. So we can actually give activities, support and volunteering opportunities. So if you're thinking, actually, I'd like to get into a variety of sports, but I don't know exactly how to do that, or I don't know where to go, or I'm not qualified, then again, we can actually help support you with that. We offer volunteering and sports leadership qualifications, so that as you're volunteering, you're getting a qualification that you can then take on to whether it's coaching, whether you want to become a teacher, or you want to go into working with young people within your local area. We are able to support all of those for free. There are no charges for any of the activities that we provide. In addition to that, we also provide free travel passes. We can help you. We don't pay for taxis. That's something we don't do. But we can help you with so many areas of your support you to get to the activities that we're looking to help and support you with. Mock interviews is something that sometimes scares people. Interviews scare people. I know that when I've gone through interviews myself, it's been very anxious. I've not been sure what they're going to ask me. I don't know how formal or informal. They say informal, do they actually mean that? Well, one of the great things that Sport for Life is able to offer you is a mock interview. And not only are we able to offer you a mock interview, but we actually do it with real live corporate interviewers that will give us feedback on what you do really well and your areas of development. So if, for example, you're going for an interview tomorrow and you say, I need some support because I just don't know what they're going to ask me for this admin interview that I'm going to, then one of the mentors or myself can actually spend an hour with you to talk about, well, if they asked you, what are your key strengths? What would you say? So that you've got an idea of what you could say, how you could answer it, and how you could make sure that you are selling yourself the best way possible. And I say selling yourself because actually they've got to buy into you. They might be seeing 5 other people that day, and they need to know, why are we going to take Penny over Tom, Dick, or Harry? And that is by the way you answer those interview questions. And sometimes we do need to be sure that what we're answering is the best for that job, which is when those mock interviews, the feedback that we get from industry professionals is key. Because if you don't know what you're doing wrong, how can you make it right? It's great that you know what you're doing well, and every time you come away from an interview and you don't get the job and they've said, you did ever so well, so-and-so did much better, or somebody else got the job, then you still don't know what you didn't do so well to get the next job or the next interview that you've got, how to make sure that you do get it. So that's why we believe that mock interviews are key, and we are able to work with, as I say, some industry professionals in order to make sure that you get quality feedback. So whether you're looking for a job as a labourer, or you're going for a job at university, or you're going for an interview at university, we can actually support all of those elements right the way through so that you're confident and you feel comfortable with the way that you can portray yourself, from your body language, words you use, taking a pause before you answer, using the STAR technique for your responses. So a a lot of interviews are competency-based interviews, and you might see that more and more these days. And a competency-based interview will require you to give a situation, task, the action that you took, and the result. STAR, star. So your situation is what was going on. The task was what did you need to do to get the resolution. The actions were actually what you did do. And then obviously the result. How positive or not that result was in order to benefit the organisation. Now, of course, if you've never worked, then you might have difficulty thinking about how do I answer that. And that's where the volunteering, work experience, all the other things that we support you with, social action projects and things like that, we can help you use those experiences to answer those questions. It might even be that we're using experiences from school, or you're using experiences from working a Saturday job or babysitting, or anything like that. We can actually help you define what that needs to look like. In addition to working with Sport for Life, we also have a section of Sport for Life called the National Citizenship Service, NCS. This takes place every summer and autumn within our organisation. So that's a small group of some of the team leaders that are and team members that are there. None of the young people are actually on this photo. We actually have jobs at the moment for you if you are interested in becoming one of the NCS team members and working for us this summer. This is a great way of getting access to additional qualifications, having a summer job, working with young people, and actually being able to take part in a variety of activities. Some of the activities that take place include going away for a week to PGL, free of charge. Your meals, your accommodation and everything else is included, and you get paid to build a boat, go kayaking, go rock climbing, mix with young people, help them develop their skills and themselves. You have all of these opportunities available to you. In week 2, what we do is spend a week at a Birmingham-based university, usually Birmingham. We have worked in other areas in the past, but it's usually Birmingham-based for a week. So you will actually stay in the halls of residence. You will have your own room. You help the young people to budget. They cook meals. That's always quite interesting. But you work together in this environment, which is really personality developing. It helps growth and development of life skills and understanding how to budget, how to go to the shops, how to work with others. It's a great way of communication, teamwork, behaviour, motivation, and self-esteem. In weeks 3 and 4, you help the young people to set up a social action project. And we've had things as varied as people sleeping out to raise money for the homeless, right through to walking 26 miles to help raise funds for disabled. And we've had food banks, supporting at food banks and charity shops. So it's been very wide and varied, and you help young people create their social action project and help and direct them through that for the final 2 weeks of NCS. And then they have a ceremony, a graduation ceremony at the end of that project, which is an amazing opportunity to eat pizza and chicken wings, and they all get their certificates. So those jobs are available right now via Sport for Life. I'm more than happy to discuss those or answer any further questions later. The skills you need to work within any Sport for Life opportunity or be mentored, skills that we're looking for are reliability. We obviously want to know that if you're going to be working with young people, you are reliable. Confidence. Now, sometimes that has to grow and develop over time. We're not all confident straight away, but if we start off somewhere, build our self-esteem, then confidence is something that will develop as part of that. Be able to smile and stay positive, even when things feel rough, can be quite a trick we learn ourselves. Because if we're able to smile through it, we can help our young people be positive as well. If we're constantly annoyed, angry, or upset, then of course the people around us are going to feed off that. So being positive and a smile is something that we learn, develop. I want you to be yourself. In the end, that's what's going to make your personality stand out. We're not clones of each other. I'm Jenny, Craig is Craig. We're nothing like each other. We get on very well because we understand each other's personalities and nuances. Listening skills is key. We have to be able to, the last person to speak, one of the key things that I take away from some of the mentors that I've had in the past. Listening is important. Hearing what they have to say, taking on board what somebody else's thoughts are. And then when that has been done, we speak. That's a key major learning skill. And being able to show that you care is so important. Now, you know what? We can't all be there for everybody all the time, but we can be there for each person that we are in front of at the time we're in front of them. And that's very important. What can I do now? Well, as I mentioned previously, volunteering is one of the key ways of getting started. There are a variety of opportunities where people volunteer, and then they get a job. Craig started off with Sport for Life as a research volunteer in order to then get some details for his PhD that he's actually just completed, which is one of the reasons why he's not available today, is that he's actually just got his doctorate. And he now has, from that volunteering, gained a job within the organisation. He's a manager and he's now senior within it. I started off with another organisation as a volunteer. I actually still volunteer for them 1 hour a week on a voluntary basis whilst I'm doing the job I do now. But without that on my CV, I probably wouldn't have my current role. So volunteering is not a job for dogs' bodies. It's a job, actually, it's an opportunity for you to get your foot in the door. We also are able to offer you CPD points. So the qualifications that we give you, we are able to offer you opportunities to actually get you further up the career ladder. So those are available free of charge immediately. You can shadow people, you can take on and interview experienced people within our organisation. That's another way of getting skills and experience. And that can be in sports or mentoring, it can be in qualifications, it could be in media, in social media side of things, because we offer all of those as well. So sometimes shadowing or work experience is a great way forward. Try and find employment that links to your degree or job search for jobs at Sport for Life, because we offer a variety of opportunities, administration and business admin, right through to sports and mentoring. In addition, it's important that you network. So even if you don't decide that Sport for Life is the job that you want, what you should do is make sure that you communicate, keep our details. You never know when there is something that's coming up and you think, I heard Jenny speak at an event and that's why I'm getting in touch. And sometimes that is the foot in the door that you need to get the opportunity and the job or the application completed. Network with as many of the companies that you have heard today. Doesn't matter who they are, sometimes keeping those details, going on to places like LinkedIn and connecting with them is a great way of making sure that you're in the know when the job that you want comes up. So volunteering at jobs at Sport for Life. Well, on there you can see emails for sport placements and volunteering, but also for sessional work with Craig. You can see Craig's email there. Mine is with one N in Jenny. That's for mentors or mentoring young people. We currently have a job available right now on our website for an employability mentor. So if you're somebody who is very keen on mentoring and supporting under 30-year-olds, you can be under 30 as well yourself, by the way, as long as you're over 19, I should say that. You can be of any age, as long as you're over 19, to mentor young people. And there actually is a job on offer at the moment. And then if you're interested in the NCS opportunity that we have, Nick is the manager of the NCS organisation, part of our organisation, and he is currently also, as I mentioned earlier, looking for summer young people to help with team leadership and team management. Finally, I think This Girl Can is something else that we're moving forward. So we're always undertaking female-only opportunities, and this is a key element of what we do. One of my key areas is making sure that we increase the number of females and girls within our organisation doing activities, and we want to hear more about what you might want to do. So look out for us, join us on Instagram. We have a very interactive young people-led page on Instagram, and connect with us on Twitter. So thank you very much. Are there any questions? Timing is perfect.
Thank you, Jenny. Yes, the timing was perfect indeed. To be fair, you did cover quite a lot within the presentation, which is really good. It's really informative for the students. I don't think there's any questions in the public chat either. But yeah, you can drop your email address in the public chat. If they do think of anything afterwards, they can always ask you after the event.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Yes, I will add to the public chat, and then I will switch my mute off now. Okay.
No worries. Thank you so much, Jenny, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Want to share your screen now?
Lovely. Bear with me.
That's okay.
All right, just having a moment. What a surprise.
Don't worry, I've had all sorts of technical issues today. It always happens on the day on off.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, good afternoon, guys. Thanks so much for joining myself and my colleague Harry, who runs one of our clubs in the West Midlands. And we've obviously reached Alex. I am the talent acquisition manager for Pure Gym, and I'm supporting our Birmingham and, like I said, West Midlands clubs at the moment with bringing in some new talent and some great talent into the business, into our personal trainer, fitness coach role, which I'm going to take you through a little bit more detail. But just to begin with, we are hiring. We're looking to inspire a healthier nation. That is our motto, what we live and breathe by at Pure Gym. And I'm sure as you guys have taken on the challenge of completing your level 2 gym instructor courses and your level 3 personal trainer courses, this is your aspirations as well. So we've got hundreds of gyms nationwide, and I'll take you into a little bit more in depth in a moment, but hundreds of gyms, millions of members, and we are the UK's favourite gym. We're the biggest gym chain out there. And I'm sure you've heard plenty about us as Pure Gym. But just to get us started, we're going to hand over to a little bit of a video, and you're going to hear from our head of talent acquisition in Pure Gym, as well as our PT business support managers and some of the people on the ground floor. So gym managers, cluster managers, and some of the personal trainers that work within Pure Gym. So Yasmin, if you want to start over the video, that would be great.
Just give me 1 minute.
Not a problem. Well, thanks for sharing that, Yasmin. As you saw, there's a huge amount on offer with Pure Gym. But first of all, before we get too far into what it's all about, we thought we'd dive into who we are. We are the UK's largest gym chain. We have now over 280 gyms across the UK. Coming out of our third lockdown, we are about to open our 13th new gym. So we open of the gyms being able to reopen, and we're about to open our 13th at the end of this week. We've got over 1 million members. 10% of them currently use the services of a PT. And from previous questionnaires and industry research, we found that actually 30% are interested in personal training. We offer unrivaled support and training to our PTs, and we'll go into this and hear about this a little bit later. 2,500 PTs across the UK currently, and we are still growing. And we also have had recent growth into our European market, and we are about to launch into the US, and we have some franchises coming in the UAE as well. What do our members love, and what do we offer to them? A number of gyms and certain memberships that will allow them to move across those no matter where they are. We're open 24/7. The flexibility and the affordability of our memberships, there's no contract, we're low cost, but we ensure that every single person still has the quality gym equipment, the classes are included, and that they have that safe and welcoming environment to train in, even though they're not paying the huge fees. So what do we need from you? Firstly, you need that level 3 personal trainer certification. There are some offers at the moment around the West Midlands for a gym instructor role, which requires you to have just your level 2 qualification and be studying towards your level 3. And if you are interested in those, by all means, you can give us a shout out afterwards. Your emergency first aid at work. This isn't an extra cost to you. If you come on board with us into the PTFC role, we cover this. The biggest part, be willing to learn, to grow, and to also teach group exercise. We'll give you the full coaching, ensuring that you know exactly how to do this, when and the types of classes that will run. Be able to do it. You need to be self-driven. To be able to run a self-employed personal training business, you need to have that get up and go and have that positive outlook and that fun, energetic personality. and you want to make a difference to people's lives. So let me explain the two roles to you in a little bit more detail. As I said, you are a PT FC. The FC stands for fitness coach. As a fitness coach, you have a contract of employment for 12 hours per week. These 12 hours are usually split into 3 shifts of 4 hours, and they can vary anywhere between 6 a.m. in the morning through to 10 p.m. in the evening on a Monday to Friday, or 8 till 8 over a weekend. You're paid monthly for these, so there's no exchange of time for rent. You're paid, you have that employment contract, and this comes with the employee benefits as well. Paid annual leave, your 2 gym memberships, so for yourself and one other, free of charge. You lead our group exercise program, so those studio classes that take place in and out of every hour of every day, you're the face of those, along with your managers of the club. You'll take new gym member inductions, those people that have joined the gym and aren't too sure where to start. Welcome them in, make sure that they are confident, you're approachable, and that they have that community feel that we really, really love within our gyms. Yes, there's elements of cleaning and conducting basic maintenance on the gym equipment. Everything and anything that impacts the member's journey or experience, you look after as a fitness coach with your management team. Hourly facility checks, including the changing rooms, and this is absolutely paramount right now with everything that is going on in the world, that we keep our facilities clean, tidy, hygienic and sanitized. The fun part of the daily, the big bulk of what you will do is those gym floor interactions, gym challenges with members, supporting them, spotting them, guiding them with exercise, all of those elements of how you interact with people day to day. And then it comes to the touring and assisting of the prospective members. Somebody may just want to take a look around. They may want to know more about memberships. You're going to be the face of the gym and welcoming them in through those front doors. That will increase the membership sales, increasing the awareness of the activities, and ultimately supporting you on your career journey as well. Separate from the fitness coach role, you are then a personal trainer. This is on a self-employed basis. You're your own boss. You are 100% in control of everything that you do. 100% of your earnings are yours. We don't cap you. We don't tell you a minimum to charge. We don't tell you a maximum. It is your business. It's your service. Everything is in your control. Dependent on the gym, whether that is what we call a small box or one of our large boxes, you're anywhere between 1,500 members up to 7,000 in some of our biggest gyms. And remember, 10% of those people are already taking up PT, 30% are interested. We ask for 2 payments when it comes to being a personal trainer with Pure Gym. A £200 plus VAT, so £240 license fee to be paid once every year. And this is a contribution towards the central fixed costs of running Pure Gym. You then have your monthly rental fee, and this is dependent on location. Usually, you can utilize your fitness coach pay to help you cover your monthly rental fee when it comes to balancing in your own bank account. Your first month will always be rent-free, and this is to ensure that you get the best start possible. To help you build your business and support you on your journey of being a successful, financially stable and sustainable PT, we have unrivaled business support channels, including free Active IQ endorsed courses, which now also include your SIMSPA CPD points. Finally, the bonus of being affiliated with the biggest fitness brands and CPD courses to help you continue your learning and your upskill. So let's dive into a little bit more about the PT support that's on offer to you. Like I said, this is completely unrivaled across the industry. We've spent the past 5 or 6 years building this, and our PT managers, as you heard from in the earlier video, Nick and Ant, work tirelessly with the PTs to give them all the skills, the insight into understanding business. As long as you are great with people, you have a willing to learn, this is what we're here for. And I'm going to show you a little bit of a video to talk to you about the support that's on offer.
Alex, can you turn your microphone on, please? We can't hear it. Alex or Harry, can you put your microphones on, please? We couldn't hear the video.
I think mine's working. I'm not sure if Alex's microphone might have unplugged or had a little moment. Let's give her a sec, see if she can get back on before she closes up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Lovely.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me again?
I can hear you now. Yeah. Do you want to play it again?
It was only music. Could you see it?
Yeah, we could see it. Yeah.
Perfect. Are we back on? Let me bring that screen back. Wonderful. So I was just wrapping up there, guys. There was only music in the background, and I can always send that across to Yasmin to share with you again. It was just a case of showcasing the levels of support that are available to you with Pure Gym, from the foundations course through to the advanced business course. And it really is about understanding your business, understanding how to build it to, like I said, financially stable, sustainable level that is ideal for you. There is no linear line to success, and success looks different for every single person. If you want to know more, we're obviously happy to answer your questions now. Alternatively, drop us an email at the hiring team at puregym.com, or you can have a look at our careers, and we'll have a short amount of slides to share with you as well after today. So if you have any questions, by all means, drop them into the chat box, and Harry and myself will do our best to answer those for you now. If not, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you for your time, Alex. That was a great presentation. Do you want to just keep sharing your screen, because it is still recording and it will just show your details on the front page?
Not a problem.
I do have a question. This could be for either yourself or Harry, because you both have different job roles. I know Harry is a general manager, I believe, for Pure Gym. So what were your expectations of your first day, and did it meet your expectations?
Harry, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. So the expectations of your first day if you were successful as a PTSC? Is that the question? I missed a little bit.
Yeah, so as a PT for their first day, what was it like and did it meet your expectations?
So at that point, you will have had a decent amount of contact with either myself or whoever the gym manager is of the specific club. And you hopefully, depending on COVID restrictions, have spent some time in the club as well and got to know sort of the other PTFCs and the rest of the team, really. So yeah, a lot of it is going to be setting yourself up, sitting down. We go through, like Alex already mentioned, you've got the business coach, which is part of the support that Pure Gym offer. So really getting stuck into that. In terms of your FC shifts, a lot of support. We're never going to ask you to throw you into something. So there's a full induction, like Alex mentioned, full training on Group X, all those kind of things. So depending on sort of what was planned in for that week, it would kind of just be really supporting yourself in sort of setting you up for success, whether that's from a personal training perspective or the fitness coach part of the role. But there's full induction and training to everything. So it would be just sort of setting up, really. Hopefully very exciting on it. I was very excited. I was part of what's called a pre-sale, so a club that hadn't opened yet when I started. So if you're lucky enough to have the opportunity to do that, it's really great. They do like a full big opening ceremony and get balloons, and obviously everyone's really excited about having a new site. So if you are lucky enough to have a pre-opening near you and you get to experience that, then that's super special. That's what I was lucky enough to do, to be fair.
Thank you, Harry. Great answer. We do have another question. If we would like to join Pure Gym as a trainer, do you offer level 1, 2, or 3 courses?
We don't. Within the company, you would need to have. So they start actually at level 2. So the level 2 is the gym. Now, you would need to be enrolled on those courses. Unfortunately, you cannot be on the gym floor for insurance reasons without those. So our earliest stage, which is a rare occurrence, is the gym instructor role. And this is usually a 3-month period, which is used as a transition period for whilst you're completing your level 3. But as a company, we wouldn't put you through those qualifications.
Okay, great. And I assume all the roles are on the website, so if they wanted to apply, they just need to go through the careers website online.
Absolutely. And Yasmin, what I'll do is I'll also share a couple of slides with you that you can send to the students listening at the moment, that they can enroll their interest as well, so they can let us know where they're at with their studies and their courses if they're not quite ready to go straight through to a careers application.
Okay, great. And just another question. For those that are wanting to become a PT at Pure Gym, would it be possible if possibly they could get in contact with yourselves and have a day in the gym just to see what it's like before they commit to that decision?
Absolutely. So it's not a case of where we do work experience or anything like that, but we can certainly set them up with a meeting with the manager, and they can have a little bit more of an in-depth conversation, see what the environment's like, and take it from there.
Okay, great. And if you're happy, could we put your email addresses in the chat box just in case any students want to get in touch with either of you?
Absolutely. More than happy.
Okay. Thank you for your time, Alex and Harry, for joining. It was very informative, a great presentation. It has been recorded, so those that haven't been able to attend, I can send it to them, and also lecturers as well, because I know they do play it in their classes to show the roles that are available out there.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you so much for having us, and we'll look forward to speaking to you very, very soon.
I'll speak to you soon. Thank you, Alex.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
Good. Thank you for joining us. So this is Laura from Enterprise Hive, who will go through the services that they offer at UCB. I'll pass it on to you, Laura.
Thank you. Hi all. Thanks so much for coming. Let me just quickly share my screen for you all to see. Right. Okay. Make that bigger for you. Oh, right. Can you see that okay?
Yeah, we can.
Lovely. Okay. Yeah. So my name's Laura, and I'm the Enterprise Hive assistant, who is also a student at the Enterprise Hive, a student at UCB. And today I'm going to show you just a quick presentation on what we're all about, how we can help you, and to be honest, that this service that I'm about to introduce to you. When I was at university 10 years ago, so I'm a mature student, it wasn't around, and to find out about this service now is I've just come away being like, wow, so much support, and especially if you're got an entrepreneurial mind, or you'd like to set up your own business one day, this is absolutely fantastic for those who want to go down that route. I understand setting up your own business isn't for everybody, but you can take comfort in knowing that this service is here for you. So you'll see here, now this is our logo. You may have seen us around campus. You may have seen the logo dotted around campus. You may have seen us online. We're based at Moss House. And oh, sorry, my mouse is going everywhere and I can't seem to change the. Oh, it's got a mind of its own. Right, here we are. There you go. So yeah, this service is if you've thought about starting up your own business. And like I said, this logo here, you may have seen us around. And what I'll do, I'll show you how you can book us. So the first thing that we offer is one-to-one consultations. I'll show you a video now on how you can book a consultation with us. So how it works is if you're someone that's currently studying, or you're a student, and you've got a business idea that you'd like to talk to somebody about, then you can book a one-to-one consultation with one of our advisors. But the fantastic thing is I can imagine it with all. If you're in the middle of your studies, it can be quite overwhelming, and you think, well, I have got a business idea, but I'm not ready to talk about it yet, or you haven't really got the time. Then you can take comfort in knowing that this service is available to you 5 years after you graduate. So it's not going anywhere. That support will still be there for you. Or if you haven't come up with a business idea yet, you can just take comfort in knowing that when that does happen, you can still attend our events and workshops and have that support, and ready for when you do want to go ahead. So I'll show you a quick video now on how you go ahead booking us. So let me just play this here. So oh, it's gone green, the screen as for me. Well, hopefully you can see that, but what you do, you go to our portal that you all be familiar with. You go to the menu tab on the right hand side, the top right, and it's under University Services, and from there you'll be able to see the tab UCB Enterprise Hive. You click onto there and you'll be able to see book consultancy, and you just press that and it will give you all the availability for the semester, that you can any times and availabilities to suit you, and you just book from there, and from there you'll be allocated to one of our advisors. We have Nathan, who specialises in marketing. We have Joe, who specialises in finance, and we also now have Hayley on board. She's one of our newest advisors, and she specialises in social enterprise. But they can all help you, but we tend to try and put whatever your idea is, or what industry it is. We tend to try and make you with the right person to help you with your business idea. So another great benefit for the Enterprise Hive is our bus sessions. So once a month, we organise an event where we get in a guest speaker. It's kind of like an entrepreneurship themed event, and I'll show you now the type of people, the type of speakers that we get in for these events. This is just like a little snapshot, but at the top there, Daniel Presley, he's the founder and director of Dent Global. By 25, he had a multi-million-dollar event and marketing company. He's an international speaker and best-selling author, and he's a key person of influence and entrepreneur revolution. In the middle there, we've got Mads, and Mads comes into us quite often actually, and facilitates our workshops and events that we put on. He's a real fan of the UCB Enterprise Hive, and very supportive of our service. And he's the founder and director of Nova Founder Capital. He was the managing director of Groupon for Asia. And he has a portfolio worth over $4 billion. So he's a serious entrepreneur that we get in for you, that you'll be able to ask questions and get a bit of support and inspiration for whatever your business idea is, or even if you haven't come up with a business idea yet. It's nice to be able to attend these events, definitely just to see what's going on and get a bit of an insight into whether running your own business is for you. And then we also have Mike at the bottom there. He's the founder and director of Hopper HQ, which is a social media managing platform. And he was named one of the best bosses in the UK, and he was awarded a BEM by Her Majesty the Queen. And he tends to come in and does like a workshop, where it's a free workshop, and it's called A Business for Brains and How to Create Winning Ideas. So yeah, that's a really good one to attend if you ever see that event being advertised, definitely. So yeah, that is literally just a snapshot of the type of people that we get in at our events on a monthly basis. It has been a bit different recently, obviously, because it's virtual. But we hope to in the near future to go back to physical events in Moss House, which will be absolutely fantastic, and we'll be able to host get some food and drinks, and yeah, be able to host a really good event for you that's physical, which would be nice also for you to connect with other like-minded students and graduates that are interested in entrepreneurship. And another great benefit from being for enrolling onto the Enterprise Hive and the service that we offer is we have a network of internal and external mentors that will be able to assist you with your startup. So firstly, we have internal mentors. So these are the people from University College Birmingham and high-flying business students that will really be able to help you internally with your idea and starting up your own business. But we also have the external mentors as well. So the external mentors, they tend to be from Birmingham, which is where you'll get the real support. But obviously, because things have gone virtual, we've had people interested in external mentors further afield to be able to help and do virtual appointments with you. So yeah, that's always a really good thing, and it's really important actually that this service is a safe place for you to take your idea as well, whatever that might be. So you can take comfort in knowing that yeah, it's a safe place, and that where you'd be taking it. And then we also, so that's the Enterprise Hive in a nutshell. Oh, let me just get back one. And so once the Enterprise Hive is kind of works at a bit of a portal where you would take your idea, and then if you decide to go ahead with that, then you can enroll onto the program. We which is a free program to help you set up the business. And it's called BC. So let me, and like I said, it is a free service. So there is a bit of an eligibility to be on the BC program. And firstly, so you must be, I mean, most of you will be able to, you'll be able to fit this criteria. So firstly, you must be a student of the UK or EU. You must be a graduate of a university within the UK, and you must reside in Birmingham or Solihull area. And fantastic thing about this, about the BC program is that it's a program that's there to support students from all 4 universities within Birmingham. So at the bottom there, we've got Aston University, Birmingham City University, Newman University, and ourselves, UCB. So it's a program where you're going to meet, if you are to enrol onto the program, you're going to meet other like-minded students that are also setting up their own business in Birmingham from all 4 different universities. So yeah, it's really great for networking as well. And we support each other being on the BC program. If when you're going ahead, obviously we have like a WhatsApp group, I suppose, where everyone that's enrolled onto the BC program, we support each other and keep each other updated on how our business journey is going. So it's really great network to get involved in. And then the main benefits. So the main benefit of being on the BC program is the 5-day intensive boot camp. Now I'll show you a quick video on what the boot camp's all about. So here we are. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
My name is Warwick Harneys. So in the session today, I'm running a business planning session with participants. We're using the business model canvas because I find it's a very visual, intuitive and iterative way of thinking about how a business
Can you see that okay?
So
Hello? Top trainers in from several areas. So it'll be business planners, market researchers, sales gurus, accountants, lawyers. We'll get all of these wonderful people into one room, and it'll be South and also about 70 to 80 other entrepreneurs who are also on the BC program. And they'll come together and they'll give you top class support. The trainers are absolutely phenomenal. The advisors who I spoke about earlier on, they even go to it themselves because they learn so much. So it's an outstanding boot camp to go to. But obviously, because of COVID, things have had to slightly adapt. But our plans to go back to an intensive boot camp, a physical boot camp, should hopefully be changing in the near future. So yeah, we get some really fantastic feedback from this boot camp. And we've also had fantastic feedback from it being virtual, actually. They've said it's really works because you don't have to commute into the city centre. So, but yeah, that's the main benefit of being on the programme. But another small benefit is that you would get a £500 startup grant. This can be spent on anything to help you get your business set up. So whether it's a laptop or buying stock for your businesses, a license for whatever it is that you need, we will help you with that by giving you a small business grant to start you up. And you also get some help, as in financial help as well, financial assistance. So if to set up your business, where if you needed funding from elsewhere, that's certainly, we can point you in the right direction with that. So another small benefit that you'd get, well, actually, this is probably the most powerful benefit, is that you'd get your own allocated industry mentor. There is a slight difference between the BC Mentor and the Enterprise Hive Mentor. With this mentor, they will only be looking after you. So for 1 year, this really special person will be giving you one-to-one personal support, which, speaking to one of our best mentors, we asked them how much it would be to pay for their advice, and they said £800 an hour. So that's really high level people that we'd be getting in for you to learn from and have as your mentor. And yeah, so that's probably the most powerful part of being on the program, definitely. And then also another fantastic benefit that you'd get from being on the program is free office space for 1 whole year. So if you've just set up your own business, you've been on the intensive boot camp, then you can and then you're ready to start up your business. So then you can come to us and you can get free office space for 1 whole year. So as we all know, city centre office spaces are expensive. So again, this is a really nice benefit for you to be able to have you start up your business in the city centre, and for free. So yeah, that's the benefits. We've got some case studies here, but I'm not going to play them as we haven't got much time. But we have got a YouTube channel where you can watch all the case studies. We've got more than just 4, actually. We've got a lot more than that you'd be able to watch and see other people's experiences of being on the program, which I'll share into the link. I'll share the link into the chat after. Oh. All right. Yeah. And here we just have our contact details. Oh no. I do apologise. It's gone too far.
Are you currently in the office, Laura?
Pardon?
Are you currently at the UCB office?
No, I'm not.
I was going to say, I think the reception's been quite bad because we've had a lot of issues with the connection here as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I can put their email in the chat box. That's not a problem.
Yeah, I'm ever so sorry about that.
Do you that video regarding how to book an appointment? Do you have like a PDF document of like the different steps? I know we have one for hired.
Yeah, so yeah, I can send over.
Yeah, send it to me, then I'll send it to the students.
Okay, I will do. So that's just a bit of a snapshot there. I don't know if you can see of all the businesses. We've actually helped about 580 businesses so far. It might be more than that now, actually. So yeah, that's just a bit of a snapshot of how many we've helped. You may notice some of them know of some of them there. But there's many more. And then this page, yeah, is just how to contact us. So Nathan's email address is there, Joe's email address there. We're also on social media, and social media is probably going to be the best way of getting to know about when our events are happening and what's going on. So please do feel free to follow us on Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, and also Facebook. So has anybody got any questions at all? And I'll just, whilst I'm waiting in the chat, I'll just share something, the YouTube channel for you.
Thank you, Laura. I don't think there's any questions at the moment, but the email addresses are in the public chat. So You may
Yes.
like to share the videos probably or something else in the public chat for the students to see. But other than that, no,
Yeah.
brilliant. Thank you for your time as always. And thank you for the informative presentation. So I'm sure students will get in touch or follow on the social media pages as well. But thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Thanks for
Thank
having
you.
me. Bye.
There you are. So yes, as Yasmin said, my name's Sam, so I'm the Senior Schools Liaison Officer at UCB. So normally I'd be going out and about and be able to talk to you face to face all about the courses that we offer here at UCB. So whether you are currently a college student looking to progress to undergraduate degree, or whether you're currently studying undergraduate and looking for those postgraduate qualifications as well. So hopefully you found the sessions before me really interesting, and I can appreciate some of you may have been sat here for a long time listening through them all. So I will try and keep it as brief as possible for you and kind of signpost where you can kind of find out further information about our offer as well. So if I just quickly go through, so we've obviously got our two schools. So we have our School of Business, Tourism and Creative Industries, and then we have our School of Health, Sport and Food. So I'll be concentrating on the second school. And particularly within the different departments, I'll be focusing on the Sport and Nutrition department that we currently have. So within this department, we have a range of different undergraduate courses. So you can see here that we've got our Sport, Coaching and Fitness degree, Sports Management, which has recently been revalidated. So it has had an update of modules just to make sure that it's current and in line with what the industry wants. We also then have our Sports Therapy degree, and then our Strength Conditioning and Sports Nutrition. So some of you might already be currently studying those, but for those that are at college with us, these are areas that you can progress onto. And we're very fortunate that we've obviously got our new undergraduate building, Moss House, and that's got a host of different sports facilities that have been made. So we've obviously got the 35-metre indoor track, which has got force plates so that you can kind of do further analysis and testing on there. On the top left, you can see our human performance lab with our anti-gravity treadmill as well. So you can do a range of different testing within there. And then also we've got our power racks and different strength and conditioning facilities there. So in terms of facilities, they're definitely kind of state of the art in that aspect. And that's a really kind of good point if you're looking to progress onto university here at UCB. And for those of you that are currently studying at undergraduate, well, these are also kind of additional ones that are part of that department as well. So underneath the Department of Sport and Nutrition, there's also Food Nutrition and Food Science and Culinary Innovation. So those might be areas if you are looking to go down maybe the sports nutrition route as well. So it's worth taking a look at those if you're interested in that area particularly. And then looking at postgrad, so if you're currently studying undergrad with us, we have one postgraduate qualification in strength, conditioning and performance. And especially with the facilities, like I've said, they really help enhance the course. And also there's a range of different modules as well. The one I always think is quite interesting when I'm reading about the course is the athlete management. So kind of working with athletes in terms of their programming and kind of how you build that rapport and that professionalism as well. It's kind of taking it that next step from maybe like a personal trainer or coach as well. There are a range of different coaching modules, and also you've got human performance analysis as well. And just to kind of highlight about the course, I've just got a quick video, which is a current student. So Sabria, she studied with us at sports therapy at undergraduate, and this year she's progressed onto this master's programme. So I thought it might be useful for you to hear why did she progress with this, what does she find interesting about the course, and just to kind of give you a bit more of an overview about it. So I'll just share. Oh no, I might not be able to share it, saying it's not supported. Let me just double check. If not, I'll share it with you so you can have a look afterwards as well. Let's try this one. Here we go. So hopefully that kind of just gives you an idea of why Sabria decided to stay on with us for postgraduate education as well. And I've also got all the links, so I'll pop them in the chat for you as well. Brill, so when you are looking at whether you're a college student looking to study undergraduate, we do have a really helpful leaflet that's on the website all about student finance. So actually, how do you pay for your undergraduate degree? So I will share that link so you can start having a look, if you haven't already, about student finance and the application process as well. I'll also pop the link that we have our student finance team talking about the application process, kind of the loans, and that's on YouTube, and it's got different categories, so you can kind of start having a look through and just pick out the areas that are most important to you rather than listening to the whole video as well. So hopefully that's a useful resource for you. And then looking at postgraduate, so English students studying a full master's degree are eligible for a postgraduate loan from Student Finance. So I will share the link as well, that's hyperlinked, so you can kind of find out more about that postgraduate loan. But just to mention that if you're planning to study a master's or a master's in science as well, so those are the full master's programs. But if it's exempt one or more modules, or you're doing a postgraduate diploma, you won't be eligible for the loan. So it is just the full master's programs where you can get the student finance loan. So that's really important to know. And then also, if you are looking to study the PGCE, which we do offer as a primary education PGCE here at UCB, that's not a postgraduate loan. That's treated exactly the same as the undergraduate loan. So the previous slide with the leaflet on, that would be the booklet to have a look through and find out more information. And then just in terms of fee waivers and what we do offer here at UCB. So if you achieve a first class honours degree and it's achieved in the previous academic year, so you don't have a break between study, you'll receive a discount on your tuition fees of £1,200. So you don't need to do any application or anything like that. It'll automatically be put on for you. If you don't quite get a first class honours degree, we still do offer a £600 discount on your tuition fees if you progress with any other classification as well. And again, if you are interested in going on to the PGCE, so the primary route here, if you're looking for secondary, which I know quite a lot of sports students do, you'd need to have a look at the other universities in Birmingham, as we don't currently offer the secondary PGCE at UCB. If you do progress onto the primary one here, again, we do offer a fee waiver of £1,200 if you study on the PGCE, so it doesn't matter what classification you got previously, but obviously you do need to meet the entry requirements for the course. Oh, good question, Luca. So PGCE, basically that's if you want to go into teaching within the UK. So the PGCE is just the type of qualification that you need to get, and also just make sure that it's got a QTS, so qualified teacher status, which ours does. Just means that you can then go and practice as a teacher after your postgraduate course. So we do the primary here, And then there's a separate one for secondary, but we don't offer that, but you can look at other universities for that. So hopefully that helps. And then, yeah, so as Sabria said in the video, the best way to kind of find out if you're interested in any of the courses that I've spoken today, or if you have a look on the website and you see that there's a course that you'd really like to find out more about, the best place to do that is through our open days. So there'll be a presentation about the course from one of the lecturers. You can also chat to our current students, and all our support services are available as well. So there's the date for the next undergraduate open day, and then you've also got the dates for the next postgraduate as well. So we do actually have a postgraduate open evening this evening, and you can just join by going onto the website and searching our postgraduate open day. So you can join without booking, that's absolutely fine. And so it's definitely worth having a look if you're interested. And then the next one is in July as well. Again, I'll pop the link in there after I've finished talking. And then this is our new jazzy postgraduate prospectus, so I'll put the link into that one as well. So that's all updated with our new postgraduate courses as well. And then other ways you can find out more about the courses. So we have something called the postgraduate chat. So that's where you can actually book in a chat with one of the lecturing staff on our postgraduate courses. So you can kind of just find out a bit more about it, look at the entry requirements, and answer any questions you might have about the course. And then we also have our chat with our students as well, which Sabria mentioned about our Unibuddy system. So we have our current students on there, and you can just contact them directly. It's a bit like WhatsApp in terms of just a chat app that you can get in contact with them as well. And then I've also put on there our contact details. So we do have a live chat on the website, and that's available Monday to Friday, 9 AM till 5 PM. So do get in contact with us if you have any questions. And there's our email address and phone number as well. And what I'm also going to do, not that, is if I stop sharing my screen, all the links and the different things that I've spoken about today, I will just pop in the chat for you as well. So you've got all the links there that I've spoken about, so you can kind of get in contact or get involved with the different events as well. And thank you, Yasmin, to put in the chat box as well what the postgraduate certificate in education means as well. But yeah, has anyone got any questions, or did that kind of help you look at kind of what the options are at UCB?
Thank you, Sam. That was great. If anyone does have any questions, feel free to email Sam and please do visit the website. There's a lot of information on the website that will help you if you are looking to move into postgraduate education once you finish your course. Sam has just put her email there now. She's happy for students to email her. Also, you're more than welcome to email myself as well, and I will happily point you in the right direction. I don't think we do have any questions. But thank you for your time, Sam. As always, it's great to have you at our fairs.
Well, thanks, guys. Enjoy. Bye.
Thank you. I'd just like to say, on behalf of Hired, thank you for joining the sports fair today. We hope you all have found it beneficial and useful, and we appreciate that it has been a long day, and some of you have stayed from the beginning to the end, so thank you for that. As all the employers mentioned, please do send them emails, and it's always good to keep in contact with employers for networking and for future roles that you may want to apply to in the future. They're all happy to help you. This fair has been recorded, so over the next week, couple of days, hopefully we'll be able to upload it online and on YouTube as well. Just for a bit of background information, myself and Sabath, who's now turned her camera on, we both work in Hired in the careers team. So we organise all the school-specific fairs, and we upload job opportunities daily onto Hired Connect. So if you have any questions, please do get in touch with us, and thank you for your time. Sabath, do you want to add anything?
No, thank you. And well done, obviously, for Yasmin for arranging and leading on this event today. As she mentioned, the recording will be sent afterwards, and obviously any details that you may want to ask, you're more than welcome to email Yasmin, and she could direct towards the, right person for you to speak to. But thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Speak to
you.
you soon.